feel ready now.
We all want life to return to normal. Let's get back to family gatherings, big hugs, concerts, and letting our children visit their grandparents. That is why we need to protect ourselves and others. The way to do that is for everyone to get the COVID-19 vaccine. It doesn't matter which one. Any available COVID-19 vaccine will protect you and your loved ones from the virus. You won't get the virus from the vaccine, and it will prevent severe illness and hospitalization. So roll up your sleeve and do your part today. For more information, visit getvaccinated.broward.org.
April 20, 2021. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing. The pledge will be led by Senator Nanrich. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is customary that we observe a moment of silence in honor of notable persons from our community who have recently passed. Colleagues, does anyone have someone that you wish to remember during this moment of silence? We start on my right with Senator Rich.
I don't have anything prepared, but I just wanted to bring up, as everyone knows, that former Vice President Walter Mondale passed away at 93 years
Senator
of age.
Rich, can you speak up a little, please?
That Senator Walter Mondale, Vice President Walter Mondale, passed away yesterday at the age of 93. And, you know, to me, who has just been involved in the political arena for a long time and watched this man, I just think it's such a great loss to not only to Minnesota, to the country, to the world. Such a fine leader, a man with such integrity, and he truly cared about a progressive agenda that includes social justice for all people in this country. So I just wanted to recognize him, and may his memory and his legacy be a blessing.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner Burke.
Thank you. The Broward County Cultural Division suffered a real loss in Rowena, NOCOM. Our office worked many times with Rowena on projects related to our kid culture program, and she cared really deeply about her work and the ability to use our arts and cultural treasures in Broward County to make life better for all. So we're going to miss her a lot.
Thank you. Dr. Schroeder. Commissioner Vice Mayor Udine. Commissioner Holness.
I'd just like to also comment on Vice President Mondale. Truly a great leader, not one that operated with a great deal of fanfare, but when it came to the issues that matters most to Americans, whether it be civil rights or the right for people to be able to work and earn a good living, Vice President Mondale was there. I think a very strong, stabilizing force in the time when we needed it most. Certainly, this country is honored to have someone of his caliber serve us with the integrity and honesty that he did.
Commissioner Fisher. Thank you. Let us also honor all the brave men and women who have served and continue to serve in our armed forces, both here and abroad, and thank them for the service. Please pause for a moment of silence. Please take your seats. Okay, thank you. Welcome to the April 20, 2021 Commission meeting. Thank you for joining us today. I have a paragraph here on social distancing, but as you can see, we're not doing this today. We are giving today the inaugural Broward County Medal of Valors, and we have permitted 2 families to be here, each taking 1 row. I am anticipating that by our next meeting, we will be opening the chambers on a much broader basis. We had discussed this previously, and we're still waiting. It's proven to have some additional technicalities, but I expect at our next meeting we will have at least substantially broadened admission to the chamber. To promote social distancing and avoid risk of additional community spread, this commission meeting is not open to physical attendance by members of the public, the media, or general county staff. Only county commissioners and those county employees required to attend the event at the express direction of the county administrator, county attorney, or county auditor may be physically present at this meeting, as well as those that have received a specific invitation from the mayor. For future reference, I want to remind everyone that members of the public wishing to speak on an item on the agenda may do so by signing up on the county's website at registertospeak.broward.org. You can sign up to speak on an item until 9:30 the morning of the meeting. To utilize this public participation option, follow the instructions on the website. You must have access to the internet to register, a working email address to receive your confirmation code, and a telephone to dial into the meeting using the special number you will be given when you register. Today's music was selected by Commissioner Beam Fur. The first was Pastoral Symphony No. 6 by Beethoven, and the second one is Paved Paradise by Joni Mitchell.
It is Earth Day.
I'm sorry?
It is for Earth Day.
We have one presentation and 3 proclamations today. And today is the first presentation of the Broward County Medal of Valor. You've heard me discuss this before. This is a medal that will go to people who have shown bravery above and beyond in attempting to rescue people from harrowing, life-saving events. Well, this is our inaugural Medal of Valor presentation, and I plan on presenting the Medal of Valor to future participants and hope that my successor as mayor will. I think that any future Medal of Valor recipients will have difficulty rising to the level of bravery shown by today's heroes. Today, I'll be presenting the inaugural Broward County Commission Medal of Valor to the widow of Mr. Gary Capilucci, who lost his life as he assisted in saving the lives of 3 children and their family members who were drowning in violent rip currents at Pompano Beach, and Mr. Saul Trujillo, a good Samaritan who rescued 5 people that day. These 2 men are brave heroes. One gave his life as he attempted to save the lives of 3 children, their parents, and friends. Another used his surfing skills in the ocean to save the lives of 4 adults and 1 child. He too almost died as he brought 5 people to shore. His daughter Kalani is here today too. She didn't know it at the time, but she too saved a life that day. In the fog of war, stories tend to differ, though we all may bear witness to a single event, our individual recollections will vary, especially in time of crisis, emergency, peril. What no one will dispute is that Gary Capilucci and Saul Trujillo saved lives of people they didn't know that day. Gary died trying. As human beings, our dominant instinct is survival. In this case, both men put that basic instinct aside. One gave his life, one risked his life. Both showed great courage in the face of great danger, and that is what brings us here today. Their story is one of heroism and tragedy, tears and courage, selflessness and honor. They are truly men of valor. I met both families earlier. I consider it an honor to have met them, although a tragedy as to why I am meeting them. Gary Capilucci was celebrating with his wife, 2 children, and other family members at Pompano Beach on New Year's Day. Shh. What could be more perfect than a day at the beach with his wife, Angel, his 16-year-old son, Zach, and his 10-year-old daughter, Summer? It was the first day of a new year, 2021, and life was good. The ocean that day was bad, so rough that lifeguards on duty were helping many people out of the water. When the lifeguards went home, they warned people at the beach not to swim, but not everyone obeyed. According to eyewitnesses, 3 children were swimming in the ocean, and it was clear that they were struggling to swim to shore as they were being swept away in the high waves and violently strong sea. Their parents struggled to save them. Their mother got caught in the rough ocean. Other members of the group joined in the effort, but they too became trapped, trying to survive in the unforgiving strong waves and current. There was little hope. They too were drowning, trying desperately to stay afloat as they were being pulled further and further away from shore. Gary Capilucci noticed that struggle, and without hesitation, he jumped into the water to save the lives of people he didn't know. He valiantly swam to the children and adults in peril. Police reports say as he attempted to rescue those in the ocean, he too got caught in the struggle and became separated from the people he gave his life to save. But he kept trying until he couldn't try anymore. That's when a man and a young child on the beach ran to Saul Trujillo, yelling for help. Mr. Trujillo had a surfboard and an inner tube, and in the blink of an eye, he had a rescue plan. He tied the inner tube to the surfboard and swam out to sea. In front of him, one child, a woman, several adults trapped in the grip of rip currents. He also saw Gary Cappellucci, who had been pulled much further out to sea. Mr. Trujillo has been surfing for 35 years. He considers himself a strong swimmer with skill in rough water. He knew the task ahead would be daunting and dangerous, but he carried on. He pulled the young child and one man from the water and placed them in the inner tube. He put the mother and men sideways on a surfboard, and he swam parallel to the shore with the rip current. He told them to be calm, but he too began to lose strength. Trying to rescue that many people in a rip current, pulling them on a surfboard and an inner tube, he himself began to go under, lose his breath, but not his courage. One thought gave him the ability to carry on. One thought, he says, saved his life. His 8-year-old daughter, Kalani, was waiting on the beach, watching her father risking his own life to save the others. I honestly don't know how I did it, he says. I thought we were all going to die, that I couldn't keep going. I really don't remember how it happened, but suddenly I felt the sand beneath my feet. We were in shallow water. We survived. Sadly, Gary Cappellucci did not. By the time Saul Trujillo had reached shore, he saw a BSO marine boat bring Gary out of the ocean. A helicopter was overhead. Mr. Cappellucci was taken to the hospital, but did not survive. His wife and children tragically watched as their brave husband and father assisted in the rescue of strangers. His cause of death was accidental drowning. But this was no accident. Mr. Cappellucci had intent to save lives. Children and adults are alive today because of the efforts of Gary and Saul. What happened that day changed everyone's life forever. The first day of a new year, a woman with 2 children would unexpectedly become a widow. The world lost an amazing human being. Gary was a volunteer assistant basketball coach at Pompano High School. He was a mason by trade and hard worker who provided for his family. He took it upon himself to save people whom he never met, and in doing so, made the ultimate sacrifice. Please play the video.
Gary, being who he is, never hesitated, and he ran right down to the water. He was able to assist in saving the 4 kids. The family and the friends hope that they understand what a hero their dad was. Gary was always involved with the community. He volunteered to coach. He helped at First Baptist in Pompano. He coached Pompano High as an assistant basketball coach. It didn't matter if you lost your dog, Gary was going to jump out of his truck to run and help save the dog. He was just a man of such integrity and love for everyone. He really went above and beyond. If you knew Gary or didn't know Gary, it didn't matter. He was going to help you. It's because that's who he was.
If Angel Cappellucci and Zach Cappellucci will come down to the podium, I will meet you there momentarily. And if I can ask Saul Trujillo if he will join them at the podium. We are honoring their memory. We're honoring Gary's memory today by presenting his family with the Broward County Commission Medal of Valor. Inscribed on the back, it says, "Brave service before self." Your husband and father acted bravely, and we thank you for that. We know that this is an emotional day for you. Our hearts are with you and your family. Gary Cappellucci is a true role model, a brave man, His actions and his family are his legacy, and we know that it takes strength and courage to carry on. I also want to encourage people to give to the GoFundMe website under the name Gary Cappellucci. Like your husband and father, we must do what we can to help others and encourage people to give. Again, thank you. Saul Trujillo, we honor you today for your selfless act of bravery, for possessing the courage and strength to save lives as you placed your own life in peril. That is the true definition of a hero. This Medal of Valor honors your brave service, and we thank you. Today, in addition to the Medal of Valor, I will be presenting proclamations signed by me as Mayor of Broward County, naming today as Saul Trujillo Day in Broward County in honor of his selfless spirit, and Gary Cappellucci Day as we honor his memory. I have also sent a letter to the Carnegie Hero Fund Commission recommending Gary and Saul for the Carnegie Medal. The Carnegie Medal is a most prestigious award, considered one of the highest civilian honors in the United States and Canada. The late Andrew Carnegie developed these awards to honor heroes of civilization, and I believe that these two men are most deserving of this highly regarded medal. I am also enclosing a copy of that letter, and you will give me one moment to come down there. Let me just read the medal first. It says, Broward County Medal of Valor, and it has the County Commission logo. On the back, it says, Brave Service Before Self, 2021, Broward County, Florida. Mr. Trujillo.
Thank you, Mayor.
Certainly. Accepting on behalf of his father will be his son, Zach. In addition, as I've said, to the medals, and I will give you the papers in case you want to rewrap them, there's a proclamation. Mr. Trujillo, I've already read the substance of this, but I'll just read the portion of this. Whereas children and adults are alive today due to the heroic efforts of Saul Trujillo and Gary Cappellucci, the second Good Samaritan who sadly lost his life while assisting in that rescue, and whereas Saul Trujillo was presented with the Broward County Commission Medal of Valor for the courage and bravery he showed while facing great danger trying to save others, and whereas this medal is given to Broward County residents who have shown, quote, brave service before self, unquote, now therefore be it proclaimed by the Broward County Board of County Commissioners that the board hereby designates Tuesday, April 20th as Saul Trujillo Day in Broward County as we honor his selfless spirit to save others.
Thank you, Mayor.
And here is a copy of the letter. Did I leave one up there? I only have one copy, I think. No, the other's in here. Okay. Here is a copy of the letter which I have sent to the Carnegie Commission with one exception where it says, on the page 2, see the video here. Obviously, they're getting it electronically. And again, this is to the Capilucci family, and I'm just going to read the bottom part of this. Let's see. Whereas Gary was very active in his community, volunteered service as an assistant basketball coach at Pompano High School, and was known to friends and family as the go-to guy when someone needed help or assistance. And whereas the Capilucci family was given the Broward Commission Medal of Valor for the great courage he showed while facing great danger as he lost his life trying to save others. And whereas this medal is given to Broward County residents who have shown, quote, brave service before self, unquote, now therefore be proclaimed by the Broward County Board of County Commissioners that the board hereby designates Tuesday, April 20th as Gary Capilucci Day in Broward County, Florida, as we honor his memory and selfless spirit to help others. And finally, here is your copy of the letter. And if you wish to wrap them, the medal. And I will invite, I guess, Mr. Trujillo, if you'd like to make any remarks, you don't have to, but if you'd like to, and then, is that,
Sure.
please come to the mic.
I would like to thank Broward County and the board for such a recognition. It's an honor. And for the Capilucci family, my dearest condolences to your family. Remember that you lost a true hero going out there and doing that without any surfboard, any floating, just swimming. It's amazing. Thank you, board.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to thank the community and for supporting us. I'd also like to thank the commissioners, and I would like to thank you for presenting my dad this award. It's an honor. Thank you.
Again, thank you, and if I can ask the members to rise. And I apologize, I should have been wearing a mask when I came up here, but thank you both. And again, we appreciate this, your courage, your father's courage, your husband's courage, truly set an example for the entire county. Thank you.
Thank you.
And families, you may wish to leave now. The rest of the stuff is going to be fairly boring. And again, thank you. Our next proclamation is by Vice Mayor Michael Udine. The E911 Emergency Operations Awareness Tom Gallagher Awards. And when you're done with that, I'm not to take the next one.
Okay, I'm going to present that from here since they're not here, but I want to just read it into the record, and then they may say a few words. I think that Tim and Melissa may be on the phone. Whereas 911 is nationally recognized as the number to call in an emergency, it's essential to educate the public on the proper use of 911. Whereas during National 911 Education Month, we take this opportunity to honor professional public safety telecommunicator Thomas W. Gallagher Jr., who grew up in Broward County and dedicated his career to public safety with exemplary leadership and distinguished and compassionate service as an emergency dispatcher. He progressed to the rank of Communications Chief and Public Information Officer. Whereas Mr. Gallagher passed away suddenly and unexpectedly on September 28, 2012, after more than 28 years in public service and in the spirit of his outstanding dedication, his memory and service are honored with the annual Tom Gallagher Memorial Public Safety Award. Whereas Timothy Keogh and Melissa Ayers have also exhibited exemplary leadership and distinguished service in their role as public safety telecommunicators and have therefore been designated as the recipients' 8th annual Tom Gallagher Memorial Public Safety Award. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County, Florida, that the board designates April 2021 as National 911 Education Month in Broward County, and it's signed by Mayor Steve Geller and the Board of County Commissioners. And just to give everyone a brief background, Timothy Keogh is nominated for his ongoing exceptional service and dedication to the Quality Assurance Quality Intergovernment Program that has been launched in partnership with Broward County ORCAT. Tim has played a lead role in this program through his unyielding dedication to the success of the program by routinely seeking methods of improvement, creating educational videos, and leading strategies that will aid in improving overall work performance for the citizens of Broward County. Tim Keogh has also managed a significant number of critical incidents over the course of his tenure and continues to lead through his outstanding work ethic. Melissa Ayers of Coral Springs, her quick action and relay of vital information in an armed bank robbery, and her compassion and medical expertise in giving CPR instructions to help a 14-year-old girl revive and contribute to the saving of her mother are the reasons the Coral Springs PSAP nominates Melissa Ayers for this year's Tom Gallagher Award. So thank you, and I congratulate both of them on this year's award for the Tom Gallagher Memorial Safety Award. Thank you, Mayor. They may be on the phone. I'm not sure.
Okay. Operator, are either Tim Keogh or Melissa Ayers on the phone?
We do have Melissa currently on the phone. I do not see Tim on the phone.
Okay, Melissa, you're recognized if you'd like to make any remarks.
I'm very honored to have received this award and coming up on 16 years of service for the city of Coral Springs. I love what I do, and I'm very appreciative for being given this award. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And just to confirm that Tim Keogh is not on the line.
I cannot see Tim at this time.
Okay.
Tim, if you're on the line, please press #2.
Nope.
And I do not see him on the
Okay.
line.
We have two more resolutions, one by Commissioner Fisher, one by Commissioner Honus. Commissioner Fisher, you're recognized on Sexual Assault Awareness and Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd asked Senator Rich if she would join me to the podium today, as she has been a huge supporter of sexual violence and child abuse. She joins me in the proclamation.
Do you want to rephrase that?
You want to raise it a little bit?
Yes. Do you want to rephrase your statement?
I've been a supporter of preventing it.
Preventing it, yes. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize.
Minor details.
Well, Senator Rich and I will present the proclamation. Whereas Broward County residents deserve an environment without fear of sexual violence or child abuse. And sexual violence and child abuse is widespread. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men are raped. 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 4 girls will be sexually assaulted. The 11,013 Broward County families were impacted by child abuse or neglect in 2020. Whereas Broward County is home to several colleges, and 1 in 5 women and 1 in 16 men are sexually assaulted while they're in college. And Broward County reported 791 sexual offenses in 2019, yet 63% of sexual assaults go unreported. Whereas the theme for the Sexual Assault Awareness Campaign is "We Can Build Safe Online Spaces," focusing on the growing incidences of online abuse. And the theme for the Broward Aware campaign is "Bouncing Back Together, We Got This," to share resources for children to reach their potential. Whereas the Denim Day movement was born to protest myths associated with sexual assault and bring awareness to destructive attitudes about sexual violence. Whereas the Broward County Nancy J. Cotterman Center has provided services to victims of sexual violence and child abuse for over 40 years. Now therefore be proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County, Florida, that the board hereby designates April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness and Child Abuse Prevention Month, and Tuesday, April the 20th, as Denim Day. As you can see, everybody's wearing their jeans today, in support of a vision of a world free from sexual violence and child abuse. So on behalf of the Senator and I, we'd like to present this, and I'd like the Senator to recognize a couple of folks that want to speak, Mayor.
Senator Rich, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to recognize our Human Services staff, Deputy Director Keith Bostic, the Crisis Intervention and Support Division, and especially the staff at the Nancy J. Cotterman Center. Each and every one of you answer the call when individuals and families are in desperate need. I would like to ask, is there someone from the staff that would like to speak before I introduce the next one? Okay. So I would like to ask Bridget Schneiderman, President of the Broward Victim Rights Coalition, to say a few words. And then we also have Carol Cook, Director of Crisis Intervention and Support Division, to say some words on behalf of the Human Services Department. Both, I believe, are on the line. Yes. Mayor?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, County Commissioners, County Administrator, staff, and Broward County residents. My name is Bridget Schneiderman-Tuttle. I'm President of the Broward Victims' Rights Coalition, and I would like to thank Broward County for presenting this proclamation recognizing National Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I would like to thank you all for your ongoing support in the fight against sexual assault, recognizing the importance of community awareness as evidenced by this annual proclamation. I would also like to take a moment to recognize the tireless efforts of the staff at the Nancy J. Cotterman Center, as well as our law enforcement partners, victim service professionals, the Office of the State Attorney 17th Judicial Circuit, and all those who collaborate together on the front lines responding to this traumatic and sensitive issue. I would again like to thank you for the honor of participating in this year's proclamation in support of National Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Are there any other speakers on the line?
Carol Cook.
Carol Cook, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Good
You're
morning.
recognized, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you. To our recipient, Bridget Steinman, who has served as president of the Broward Victims' Rights Coalition for over 10 years, as well as the victim advocate for the City of Miramar Police Department for 7 years. Ms. Schneiderman understands the importance of Nancy J. Cotterman to the residents of Broward County and the impact that the work we do and how important it is to our child abuse victims and sexual violence. The Broward Victim Rights Coalition has always stood by NJCC and supported our mission and goals. We are able to do more for our clients with the support from our partners. Mayor Geller, Vice Mayor Udine, Senator Rich, Commissioner Fisher, and all the other commissioners, Ms. Henry, Ms. Campbell, Mr. Bostic, thank you all for the support of Nancy J. Cotterman Center and the Child Abuse Prevention and Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Denim Day Broward. Thank you to the amazing staff of NJCC, whose commitment to be the best rape crisis center and child advocacy center in the nation, and has already received recognition as one of the best in the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe Senator Rich, Commissioner Fisher, that concludes the speakers.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And our final proclamation today is Big Brothers and Big Sisters by Commissioner Dale Honus. Commissioner Honus, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much. I believe that one of the greatest things about our country is that we have civic organizations who work to help and to build our society. Certainly, government is not the answer to all our problems. We can't fix it all, but we can certainly cooperate with other entities to help ensure that we're doing everything we can to lift up everyone. And one of those organizations is the Big Brothers, Big Sisters program. They have done a remarkable job in ensuring that our young people are mentored, given guidance towards a better future. And today, this proclamation honors that. It's a proclamation requested by myself, Commissioner Dale V.C. Holness, Broward County. And it reads, whereas Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Broward County enables life-changing mentoring relationships to ignite the power and promise of youth in our community. And whereas Broward County resident Randy Haas has served as a big brother mentor to little brother Roby. And whereas Randy Haas received the honor of being named Big Brother of the Year of Florida out of 15,000 mentors across the state. And whereas the investment in young people's future pays off with a social return on investment of 18 to 1 through improved economic, health, and social outcomes for young people with mentors. And whereas by changing the course of young lives, such as Roby's, Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Broward County shapes our community's social and economic future. And whereas Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Broward County partners with parents, guardians, volunteers, and others in the community to help youth achieve higher aspirations, greater confidence, better relationships, avoidance of risky behavior, and educational success, all of which shine through in Roby, and as a result of his mentoring relationship with Randy. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County, Florida, that the board hereby designates Tuesday, April 20th, 2021, as Randy Haas and Roby Pilar Garcia Day in Broward County, Florida. And I believe that we have Mr. Haas on the line.
Randy Haas, are you on the line?
Or anyone else from Big Brother?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much. Truly an honor. I feel blessed today to be recognized with this award, this proclamation, and I can't even describe to you how fulfilling the experience has been for me and for Robbie also, of course. I can't express strongly enough how much I recommend that anyone, everyone get involved in being a mentor to somebody else in the community who needs it. It's a truly satisfying experience, and it would be an uplifting one for anyone else who participated in it. Thank you again.
Thank you for your work and your support of our community, Mr. Haas, and Big Brothers, Big Sisters.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point in time, I will ask the reading clerk to read the Tuesday morning memo.
Tuesday agenda memorandum. The following requests are submitted for your consideration. Consent items are 1 through 23. Public hearing items are 24 through 26. Regular items are 27 through 51. I request the following withdrawals and scrivener's error corrections and inclusion of additional information. Withdrawals, deferral, substitutions. Item number 39. At the request of the sponsoring commissioner, this item is to be moved to the May 4th, 2021 commission meeting. Item number 46. At the request of the sponsoring commissioner, this item is being withdrawn. Item number 50. At the request of the sponsoring commissioner, this item is to be moved to the May 4th, 2021 commission meeting. Scrivener's errors. Item number 30, fiscal impact cost summary, currently reads initial cost of $6,600, should read initial cost of $5,600. Mayor requests without objections, item number 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 37, 49, and 51 to be moved to consent.
Additional information, item number 43.3. The board's consideration of this item will be based on the revised resolution distributed as additional material, which reflects non-substantive changes to the wording in the second whereas clause, section 2 and section 4. Item number 80 on the April 6, 2021 meeting. Item 80 from the April 6 meeting pertaining to the non-consent towing fees had been deferred until the April 20th meeting. This item is further deferred to permit additional staff review prior to setting the required public hearing. Item number 93 on the April 6, 2021 meeting. The sponsoring commissioner has withdrawn item number 93 and naming the 7th court in honor of Congressman Hastings from April 6, 2021 commission agenda. It originally deferred to the April 20th. It is now being withdrawn. Additional material, regular meeting, items 1A through 1D, board appointments, item number 31, memo to the board submitted by county administration, item number 35, parking garage submitted by Commissioner Mark Bogan, item 36, memo to the board submitted by the Office of Management and Budget, item number 43, letter of the school board of Broward County submitted by Commissioner Dale V.C. Holness, item 43, part 2, email regarding the City of Tamarack Commission resolution submitted by Commissioner Dale V.C. Holness, item 43.3, proposed resolution submitted by the Office of the County Attorney, item 43.4, letter to the City of Miramar submitted by Dale V.C. Holness, item 44, memo to the board submitted by the county administration, item number 44.2, email regarding item number 44 submitted by Commissioner Barbara Sharif, item 45, memo to the visit Fort Lauderdale submitted by county administration, item 45.2, extensive information on the film industry submitted by Commissioner Barbara Sharif, item 46, letter of the Business America magazine submitted by Commissioner Dale V.C. Holness, additional material public hearing, item number 26, memo to the board submitted by the Environmental Protection, Growth and Management Department, item number 26.2, revised ordinance submitted by Mayor Steve Geller.
And that completes the memo. Yes, thank you. At this point in time, I will ask if there are any pulls from the consent agenda, and I'll start with Commissioner Fisher and work this way.
No pulls, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bogan?
No polls.
Thank you. Commissioner Ryan?
No polls.
Commissioner Holness? None? Okay. I did have some concern with item 37, but I won't pull it and we'll wait till it's a motion to direct. We'll see what happens when we get back. So no polls?
No, sir, none.
Dr. Sharif?
No polls.
Commissioner Furr, what are they?
No, just number 2.
Oh, number 2. I thought you said 2 of them. Okay. Let's see, for 2. And Senator Rich?
None.
Okay. And let me say, in case there's anyone in the audience, that, well, actually, I'll just deal with amendment number 2 first. Let me first, actually, Commissioner Furr, do you want to?
It's going to be real quick.
All right, so, good point. Are there any polls from the public?
There are no public polls.
None. Okay, Commissioner Furr, I'll hold off on approving that since there's only one, and let's see if we can take that.
Okay, thank you. This is just this is a public transportation grant agreement that we'll be getting to improve the lights on the airfield at North Perry Airport. Obviously, there's been some incidents there over the last year, and I think the community, and rightfully so, is concerned with safety. This is indicative of what we're trying to do to try to bring safety not only to that airfield but to the community around it. So I just wanted to, I think it probably would have gone unnoticed otherwise. So I just wanted to bring notice to it.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. And Commissioner Furr, I've been also spending a lot of time at the airport, but since I can't tell you about it, we'll figure out eventually. So if you'll withdraw your objection now to number 2 that you've made your remark, I'm going to ask for approval of the entire consent agenda.
Oh, sure, that's fine.
Okay. I will ask now on a motion to approve the entire consent agenda.
So moved.
Second. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could you also include what was read into the record for the additional moves to consent? 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 37, 49, and 51?
Yes, I was including that.
Thank you.
And also, I guess, that withdrawn are 39, 46, and 50. So, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, show that done without objection. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, show that passed unanimously. I had indicated that on the road namings, that I would bring up the one for, as the first item up, for Congressman Hastings, because I was expecting his family would be here. I've been informed that the family will be out of town tomorrow, and therefore, at the request of the sponsor, this is going to be postponed. Did you want to make a comment, sir?
Yes. Congressman Hastings' family will be in Washington, D.C. tomorrow to be recognized from the Congress through Leader Pelosi. Therefore, they have left some already and some today, so it's not possible for them to be here. His son, Alcee Hastings II, told me that at the next meeting he would schedule himself to be here, providing he's able to. So we can then move this item to that meeting.
Okay. I had also, when I said that I would do that, I'd indicated I would bring up the other road namings also immediately thereafter. So if I could ask members to turn to item 38 and 40. Let's see, hold on. Items 38 and 40 are road naming items continued from the April 6th commission meeting. We will take items 38 and 40 together. Item 38 from Commissioner Sharif and item 40 from Commissioner Holness are identical items. Both are three-part items. Part A is a motion to waive the administrative code. Before I do this any further, I just want to ask, I know we have one speaker on this, and I want to make sure he's on the phone before we take the item up.
So the speaker on the phone for item 38 should be Ronald Wright, who's the son of Judge Zebedee and Kathleen Wright.
I'm aware. I just want to make sure, operator, before I take this item up, can you verify if Ronald Wright is on the phone yet?
Yes, sir.
Yes, he is, or yes?
He's currently on the phone.
He is? Okay, thank you. In that case, let me go back. So item 38 and 40 are identical. Part A is a motion to waive the administrative code in order to consider renaming Northwest 6th Court between Northwest 27th Avenue and Northwest 31st Avenue in honor of Judge Zebedee Wright, a living person, and Dr. Kathleen C. Wright. Part B is a motion to note for the record that on Tuesday, May 18th, the board will consider the proposed renaming resolution. Part C is a motion to direct the county administrator to seek community input on the proposed renaming. I guess we should vote on the waiver first so we can take the item up. Is there a motion, Dr. Sharif, to waive the administrative code in order to consider renaming Northwest 6th Court between Northwest 27th Avenue and Northwest 31st Avenue in honor of Judge Zebedee Wright, a living person, and Dr. Kathleen Wright?
I move the item.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes.
Item number 38 is the first item on this agenda.
Yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and move my items independently as I'd like to. So 38A is the motion to adopt the resolution waiving the section 18.43, and I would like to move approval of my item.
I second the item.
Okay.
And we can combine both. We'll pass them at once. If we can, do that, County Attorney?
Well,
And it's
I
the
asked
same
for
item.
this. That's why it makes no sense. Item number 38 was on the agenda. Judge Zebedee Wright asked me to carry that item, and in deference to his late wife, Kathleen C. Wright, and the family. And so I put this item on the agenda. I'm not sure why there's a second item, but I think it just prolongs it to make two different items. So item number 38A is what I'm moving.
Is there a second?
I second the item.
Yes, there is a second. All right. This, I hope, is non-controversial. Is there any debate on
I
the,
just want to comment on it.
on the motion to waive the administrative code? You're recognized, Vice Mayor.
With no disrespect meant in any way to Judge Wright, who I've appeared before in the past, I just have a problem when we name things after people that are still alive, when we name roads after them that are still alive. So I'm voting no on this. I think it sends a bad message. I think it's in the code for a reason. I just think that the gods were looking down on us at the last meeting, and I don't think we should be naming things after people that are still alive.
Thank you. Is there any additional debate? Commissioner Honus, you're recognized, sir.
I will make my statement now so we can get this done. I know about Zebedee, Judge Wright, and Kathleen, School Board Member Wright, over many years. When I put this item on the item on the agenda to name Sixth Court in honor of Congressman R.C. Hastings, there was no intent on my part to slight the Wrights. I respect them greatly. I think that they've contributed to building Broward County in a powerful way. Both of them deserve to be honored. And as such, once I found out, my intent was to remove the naming of that street to an additional street, and I spoke with the congressman's and his family about doing so, and there was not an issue. They both know each families. So having this on the agenda, it's not a problem for me. Again, my conversation with county staff was that I would remove the street of Sixth Court to be named for Congressman Hastings and replace it with naming Judge Wright and School Board Member Wright for that street. So there's no problem on my part.
Yes, Commissioner Bogan, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, Commissioner Udine, I know that that the naming of people while they're alive is considered sometimes bad luck to that person. But I don't know if this makes a difference. That person is aware of it. They want it, and so normally I understand what you're saying, but considering that that person that knows about this, wants it, is agreed to it while they're obviously alive, is the reason why I'm going to support it. And maybe you'd think differently of that, knowing that But I just wanted to make sure, Commissioner Sharif, that's accurate.
That is accurate. And what happened is, we could have done it with just Casey Wright, but because Judge Wright still lives there, we just decided that we'd do both at the same time. And when I brought this up.
So one of them has passed away.
And one is here.
Right, and so the one that's here still wants it. And
he said he would like it in both of their names. They live on that street for 73 years.
I think, what Commissioner Udine was saying is, just being polite about, hey, this is normally kind of a bad luck thing to do. Right. But as long as they want it, for his wife and for himself, I'll support it.
Right. Thank you.
Is there any additional debate?
Nope.
If not, I will close. Commissioner Udine, I respect your remarks and they do make sense. I would have an exemption here because it's Kathleen and therefore I will be voting in favor of this. Although, do you need to close, or can I call for the vote?
I would just like to call the vote, please.
Okay. All those in favor of waiving the administrative code, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Show that adopted by a vote of 8-1. Dr. Sharif, if you'd care to speak to parts B and C.
I would like to move motion B to note for the record that the Board of County Commissioners will consider the approval of resolution renaming the road in honor of Judge Zebedee Wright and Dr. Kathleen C. Wright at the meeting on June 1st, 2021.
Second.
Okay, if you have no objection, if you would call on part C and we'll take both at the same time.
On part C, that's a motion to direct. I'd ask for a motion to approve for for the county administrator to solicit the input of at least 3 local municipalities, homeowners associations, and appropriate community groups for the board's proposal to designate the county road in honor of Judge Zebedee Wright and Dr. Kathleen C. Wright, as required under Section 18.43, paren I of the Administrative Code.
Second.
Thank you. You've heard parts B and C. Dr. Sharif, is there a motion now to approve parts B and C?
Motion to approve parts B and C,
And
please.
Second
moved
the
and
motion.
seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of approving parts B and C, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Show that adopted unanimously 9-0. Item 38 has been approved.
Seeing that we passed that item, there's no need for us to debate the
40.
item 40.
Okay, let's then take up item 41, which was also deferred. A motion to adopt a resolution designating a portion of Northwest 7th Street between Northwest 27th Avenue and Northwest 31st Avenue. I believe is that yours?
It's mine.
Okay, Commissioner Holness, you're recognized, sir.
Our nation has come a long way since our founding in 1776, when blacks were held as enslaved people, and only white men were allowed to vote and own property. Though we still have remnants of those bygone days, however, today, we're making efforts to ensure that we overcome the effects, the long-lasting effects of our past history of racism, bigotry, Jim Crow, discrimination.
Yes, I apologize. Can I hate to interrupt you, sir. I forgot to call on Dr. Ronald Wright or Mr. Wright on the last one. I deeply apologize, sir, but while he's still on the line, I'd like to get him. Okay, Mr. Wright, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
I deeply apologize, sir. This was my fault. I neglected to call on you. I apologize. I know you have some remarks in honor of your parents.
Yes, good morning. My name is Ronald Wright, and I'm the eldest child of Zebedee and Kathleen Wright. And I'd like just like to say on behalf of the family, we would like to state our overwhelming support for renaming Northwest 6th Court after Mom and Dad. Now, our parents moved with my brother and I to the house on 6th Court in 1963. I was 7 years old, and my brother Anthony was 5. I am now 65 years old, and that same house where my dad continues to reside has been considered the family home for 58 years now. So we are grateful to Commissioner Sharif and her staff for thinking it prudent and more appropriate to rename 6th Court after my parents. We express our thanks and appreciation to all who have helped to make this a possibility, and we know it would be a fitting tribute to them both. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Holness, I deeply apologize. I had neglected to call upon Mr. Wright. I sincerely apologize for interrupting you, sir. You can either take it up there or start over, and again, please accept my apologies.
I'll continue from where I was. Many have sacrificed much in our efforts to create a more just and equitable place for everyone in America. And today, we'll vote to name Northwest 7th Street in the Broward Municipal Service District in honor of Harry T. and Harriet Moore. They were martyrs in this fight for justice, for equality, for all people. It's a fitting tribute to people who went back as far as 1935 in this struggle. The Moores were leaders who sought to ensure that teachers got equal pay, to ensure that justice was done, to ensure that people had the right to vote. They were members of the NAACP. They lost their jobs as teachers because they stood up to ensure that black teachers were paid equal to white teachers. And their voting rights efforts and their civil rights efforts cost them their livelihood. Nonetheless, they continued on, becoming full-time organizers for the NAACP. They expanded the NAACP to over 10,000 members and 63 branches throughout the state of Florida, including helping to form the branch here in Broward County that still exists today. They fought against the Klan, and a sheriff who protected the Klan. Sadly, on Christmas Day in 1951, they were killed as a result of a bomb being placed under their bed, under the floor of their home. It is quite fitting that we acknowledge these martyrs for their work. These martyrs gave it all for so many of us to be able to have justice and equality. I believe we have a number of speakers on the phone, Mr. Mayor. I'd ask that we allow them to speak.
Give me one moment. That's item 41. I believe there are 3 speakers on that. Let me ask, operator, is Linda Thompson Gonzalez on the line?
Linda, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. Yes, good morning.
Go ahead, Ms.
Can you hear me? Thank you so much. Good morning, Commissioner Holness, Mayor Geller, Vice Mayor Udine, and Broward County Commissioners. My name is Linda Thompson Gonzalez. Thank you for this opportunity as a Broward County resident to speak in support of the resolution to rename 7th Street Northwest to honor 2 civil rights heroes and trailblazers. Professor Harry and Harriet Moore were killed when their home was bombed Christmas night in 1951, long before social media could spread the story of their lifelong work and sacrifice. The world has been gripped this past year with the senseless killing of George Floyd. Indeed, the story of Harry and Harriet Moore should inspire us all and should be widely known and honored. Dr. Martin Luther King wrote that the work of the Moores inspired him to begin his own civil rights effort. It was due to their dedication to educate and register voters of color throughout Florida that the Moores were assassinated. Professor Moore fought relentlessly to halt brutal race crimes, lynchings, judiciary misconduct in the hopes of bringing some semblance of justice for the many African American victims and their families. It was precisely their fight for justice and equality that made them targets for assassination. Their work as educators and groundbreaking work to establish the NAACP chapters here in Florida predated Dr. King, Rosa Parks, Nelson Mandela, and the Brown versus Board of Education decision of the U.S. Supreme Court. We need to thank Walter Shaw, filmmaker and author, who has dedicated these past 10 years to telling their story. Now, more than ever, we need to honor the Moores so that our communities and institutions will continue to fight for freedom and justice for all of us. And we know that we need our children to know their story. As Harry Moore said, freedom never descends upon a people. It's always bought with a price. The Moores have paid that price dearly with their lives. We must all honor their sacrifice by renaming 7th Street in their honor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Holness. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. AT&T operator is Walter Shaw on the line.
Walter, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here this morning. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Holness, Vice Mayor, Mayor, and all the commissioners. I thank you from the bottom of my heart that you've taken this upon yourself to name a street for them. They're so duly righteous to have this done, even though they're gone. Most of their family's gone. I think the only grandson's left, Skip Hagan, who I've talked to numerous times. And we are thankful that this is being done for them in this time. I mean, it's been 71 years. And I won't reiterate everything that's been said, but we appreciate it, and I'm just glad it's finally being done for them at this point in time. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart again. I thank you for this opportunity to speak this morning. And God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. And we have Sophia London for questions only, and so if there are no questions, I presume Ms. London does not wish to speak. Mayor, let's see, I believe that concludes the public testimony. Is there any commission comment or debate? Comment or debate? If not, you're recognized to close, Commissioner Holness.
Well, thank you. And thanks to those who spoke on the line and to all those who came and spoke previously when we had this item up. There is a movie that will be made on the Moors, about the Moors. One of the churches that participated in this is the Mount Hermon AME Church, where we will have an event to kick off the movie-making effort towards honoring the Moors. So with that, I make a motion that we adopt this resolution designating a portion of Northwest 7th Street in Broad Municipal Service in honor of Harry T. and Harriet Moore.
All those in favor?
We need a second.
Okay, I'm sorry. Seconded by Dr. Sharif. All those in favor of the item, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Show item 41 adopted by a unanimous vote. We will now revert to the order of the script. And let me just make some time announcements. We have a busy schedule today, but due to some being withdrawn, I'm hopeful that we will be able to be out by 6 o'clock. If it looks later on that we're not, I may ask for a motion, depending on how close it seems. I may ask for a motion later to adjourn at 6, but I'm hoping that that's not going to be necessary, so I'm not asking for any motion at this time. I have, in order to get this done on time, we will be working through lunch, and I have, I believe everyone has ordered lunch. We will have a half-hour lunch break only, and sometime around 12:30, 1 o'clock, depending on what item we're in the middle of. Senator Rich, you're recognized, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add one thing to the memo that came out to us with all the withdrawals and Scrivener's errors and everything. This is the second time that the COC, the Homeless Continuum of Care meeting, has been omitted from the agenda or has not been included on the workshops, and I think it's really important to be there. It's on the 28th of April at 10 a.m. So, and it is virtual or pretty much virtual, yeah. But I think it's important for people to know, so if anybody wants to be on it, they can, avail themselves of that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for that announcement, Senator Rich. Members, if you'll please turn to our public hearings. Our public hearing items are items 24 through 26. The public hearing on item number 24 is now open. Reading clerk.
Item 24 is a motion to adopt resolution consenting to the assignment of non-exclusive franchises from Tethys Supply and Marketing LLC to Proteus Supply and Trading LLC for a term commencing on April 20th, 2021 and ending June 4th, 2024 to provide vessel bunkering services at Port Everglades. There are no speakers for this item.
Okay. Seeing no speakers, the public hearing on item number 24 is now closed. We're now back to the dais. Commissioner Holness moves approval, seconded by Vice Mayor Udine. All those in favor of adopting item number 24, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Show item 24 adopted unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Item 25 is, Please read item 25.
The public hearing on item 25 is now open. Item 25 is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to manatee protection plan, boat slips and fees, amending various sections of Chapter 27 of the County Code of Ordinances, providing for definitions, clarifying manatee protection plan implementation and exemptions, establishing procedures for boat slip allocations, freezing annual increases in boat slip fees, and manatee protection plan fees. There are no speakers signed up to speak on this item.
Thank you, Dave. County Attorney, it's my understanding if there are amendments to
Mayor,
item
I'd
25,
like
is that
to
correct?
move the item with Exhibit 3.
Okay, there is a motion for approval of the item with Exhibit 3 as an amendment, seconded by Commissioner Holness. Is there any debate? Seeing no debate. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Show this adopted unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Please read the next item.
The public hearing on item 26 is now open. Our final public hearing item is item 26, a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to emergency medical services and non-emergency medical transportation services, amending various sections of Chapter 3.5 and County Code of Ordinances. There are no speakers signed up to speak on this item.
Thank you. And County Attorney, it is my understanding there is amendment to this item as well.
Yes, sir. There was an amendment that was submitted by you, and there's additional material from staff that explains the basis therefore, which is additional material item 26, and your amendment is item 26 paren 2.
Okay. Are there any questions? Is there, yes, Commissioner Bogan.
Yeah, I just want to be voting yes on the past two items on 24 and 25, so
Sure, that's
show me
without
voting yes.
objection.
Move the item with the amendments.
Okay, Commissioner Holness moves approval of item number 26 as amended, seconded by Vice Mayor Udine. Any additional debate? If not, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Show that adopted unanimously by a vote of 8-0. We are now on the regular agenda, which should be starting at item 27. Okay, are there any speakers on item number 27?
No, Mr. Mayor, nor on number 28.
Okie dokie. All right, in that case, is there a motion to approve item?
Move item 27.
Commissioner Holness moves to approve item 27.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bogan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Show that adopted unanimously by a vote of 8-0.
Move item 28.
Item 28, motion to approve by Commissioner Holness, second by Vice Mayor Udine. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Show item number 28 approved by a unanimous vote of 9-0. Dr. Sharif moves for unanimous consent to be shown as voting in the affirmative on the items that she missed. Please 2627, please show that done without objection. Item 29 is consent. Next one is 31. Oh, this motion to discuss negotiate. Yes.
I just want to, on item 31, I want to just do a recusal. Item 31 relates to a proposal by Vital Pharmaceuticals. Bang Energy, they retain Craven Thompson. I'm on the board of directors and shares of Legacy, not traded on a public exchange. Another owner of Legacy has a substantial interest in Craven. While a motion to discuss is preliminary and does not present an actual conflict, I want to avoid even the appearance of a conflict and will be leaving and not participating in the discussion on this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There's no other recusals. This is motion to discuss by County Administration. Mr. Pero, you're recognized, ma'am.
Yes, so we brought this item before you today as the commission had deliberated and on the item before. We have attempted to negotiate in good faith with Bang and their associates, and it has we're near to the point where we are prepared to declare an impasse. There has been a number of stops and starts, and we just wanted to make sure that all of you were aware of some of the problems that we've been having, the challenges with bringing this issue to full resolution. I have Mr. Kelleher, our Assistant County Administrator, on the line as well, and prepared to speak. He's been running point and running all the negotiations on behalf of the county with them, and he can elaborate further if you'd like.
Okay, I have a question. Did you ever receive a response on April 13th? We had requested a response from Bang by close of business, and they said that they would respond on the 14th. Have you received that response?
Not to our satisfaction. I would like to ask Kevin to share with you what we did receive so that you guys are fully.
Okay. Mr. Gallagher, are you here and present, or will you be testifying? Okay. Yes. No. Okay. I will call on you first, Commissioner Ryan. Okay, Mr. Gallagher.
Kevin Kelleher, Assistant County Administrator. No, we did not. We have not received a response from Bang in any fashion.
Okay. What else would you like to describe to us about the, and I'll use air quotes for the word negotiations?
Other than that, there was some major issues that were discussed when they presented at the board with regard to economic development and timeline and the rent that Bang appears to be backtracking on. Most notably is that Bang objects to including any enforceable metric on wage and salary levels.
Okay. Ms. Perro, did you have any additional comments before we go to the board?
I would just like to point out to the board, if you look at the additional material that was submitted, that kind of outlines all of the issues that we shared with Bang and our concerns with, as Mr. Kelleher describes, the backtracking. I mean, there were commitments that were made to this body, I believe in part is why this board voted the way it did to support this project. And so those are the issues that we have concern with, because those exact issues are the ones that are being kind of backwalked now.
Thank you, Ms. Perro. Let me say first, and then I'll call on Commissioner Ryan. Bang Energy, if you're listening, one of the reasons, and I was very clear when I voted in favor of Bang, was that their median wages were substantially higher than that of Amazon. And this has been one of my top priorities, bringing high-paid jobs to Broward. They're not willing to make commitments to something that led me personally, one of the two factors that led me to vote for them. I do have questions, so I hope you're listening, Bang. Commissioner Ryan, you're recognized, sir.
I believe the members will recall that this was a very close vote. It was the separation between Bang Energy and Amazon was 1 point. And with that, I think that it's important that we put on the record and clarify what is the nature of the disputed items. I know that, as Mayor Geller said, the jobs, the number of jobs, and also the wage were strong points that were presented in Bang's proposal. So if you could give some clarification on those numbers. Also, there was a rent provision that I think was a floor. It was a minimum for all of the applicants. So if you could state what was the obligation with regard to the rent and what's been proposed by the #1 ranked proposal. And you mentioned the economic development aspect. If you could just please explain that with some level of detail. I'll submit the questions to the county administrator.
Thank you. Did you want her to answer now, or are you?
Yeah, I'm prepared.
Because we're taking the item up right now, and so it's discussing the negotiations, and either county administrator or the county attorney will explain, what are our options on dealing with this item. I mean, is it going to be some vote to call it for an impasse, or is that something that we have the staff do? So that could be clarified.
Okay. Ms. Berry, you're recognized, ma'am.
Certainly. So I'll answer your last question first. we are prepared to declare an impasse, and we didn't necessarily need to come to the board to do so, but we wanted to make sure that the entire process was transparent. And since the board had deliberated originally, we wanted to make sure you were aware of where we were in the status of the negotiations in the process. Going through the items that you asked about, so as Mr. Kelleher alluded to, it was related to the employment and economic development provisions. So they have not necessarily backed off of the number of positions that they had originally committed to, but the dollar amounts for the median salaries that the mayor referenced. So during the conversations, they had stated about a $62,000 annual wage. And now it looks like, and Mr. Kelleher, please correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like they're looking in the $45,000 range, and that represented what they stated was a median salary, but not including additional fringe benefits that were supposed to be, that are to be provided. So it was substantially lower than what they had originally committed to. The second provision was.
If I can interject,
yes.
It's not as much the numbers as Bang's clear. They object to including any enforceable metric on wage and salary levels in this agreement. So the economic development that the county is looking for out of this public-private partnership, this 3P, is, we're trying to get economic development out of it, and they're objecting to including any enforceable metric on those wage and salary levels.
Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. So additionally, the timeline. So they had committed to something in the 660 days, which would be less than a 2-year time frame. And now, during the conversations, it has been reflected that they would not be able to meet that until between years 3 and 4, potentially. As it relates to rent, there was a provision that there would have been a $2.4 million annual rent provision. They are now asking for a 3-year abatement, complete abatement of the rent, and then in years 4 through 10, a gradual step up over the years, with the ceiling to be the $2.4 million. So those were some substantial concerns that we had.
For the recollection of the members of the public, this is a county-owned property that is what, approximately 70 acres in size?
Yes.
And this would be, is this the largest parcel of land that the county owns?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. It is certainly
But
one of the largest.
other than, of course, our regional parks.
Right, well, of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Did you have additional questions, Commissioner Ryan?
Well, I think that you addressed the economic development. I don't know if there was something else that you wanted to comment on the economic
No,
development.
those were the 3 major concerns,
Okay.
the 3 areas of concern.
Okay, thank you. With that, Dr. Sharif moves to be shown as voting in the affirmative on items 24 and 25. Show that done without objections. I now have in order Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Bogan, Commissioner Holness. Are there additional speakers? Okay, Commissioner Fisher, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, and Commissioner Ryan said a lot of things and asked the right questions that I was going to ask as well. And obviously, it's apparent that the bank is just not working in good faith, Ms. Shapiro, on their end. And if you're looking for votes, eventually, obviously, I would want to go to impasse and move on. So the question to the county attorney is that if we move to impasse, and are we able to go back to the, quote, backup bidder to begin negotiations, or do we have to go through this whole process again?
No, sir, you are permitted to go to the number 2.
Okay, very good. And you can see this, the discrepancies that Ms. Severe talked about. I mean, it just goes line by line that was not in their proposal. And so they're now trying to wiggle and trying to change almost every item on there. And I know the mayor was very strong with his opinion when it dealt with the salaries, and now you can see that to dwindle away. Again, not the jobs, but again, first it was here, then they came back and said, no, we're going to be here, and now we're here. So it's just a continuation, in my opinion, Mayor, of negotiated in pure bad faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bogan, followed by Commissioner Holness, followed by Senator Rich.
Again, I'm
Bogan.
also in agreement with Commissioner Ryan and what Commissioner Fisher said. I'd like to ask our Deputy County Administrator a quick question. Over the past year, as you know, land and real estate has jumped incredibly significantly up. And just to follow up, so first of all, I'm all in favor of declaring an impasse. I don't know why we want to monkey around with this, you know, enough's enough. But based on the increased value of real estate and land, going back to our second bidder, I didn't know if there were any thoughts on, because of the increased value, because we have that kind of a parcel, because more people are now coming to South Florida, is there any other thoughts or ideas that of the use of that land besides what we thought about over a year ago? Because, I mean, I didn't know if the value of that changes any of the parameters, you know, at all. I mean, you got a huge parcel and everything is increased in value. Does that mean anything for us?
So I see Drew motioning on, but I will tell you this. We feel that declaring an impasse, you know, barring any further direction from the board, that's what we'd be prepared to do. And we feel that going to the number 2 would be exactly still in the county's best interest.
At the same, you know, just to start negotiating again?
That's exactly right. We would start negotiating.
Okay, and number 2 was?
Amazon.
Okay. Okay.
Were you done,
Thank you.
Commissioner Bogan? Okay. Commissioner Holness, followed by Senator Rich.
So if I recall, we had these 2 proposals. The fact that one was locally headquartered here, and I believe would probably have more funds retained here, is one of the main reasons I supported under a company that would be headquartered here, had the tremendous potential of growth. I don't remember what Amazon's medium salary was. Do we have an indication as to what their medium salary was?
I can get that for you. I don't have that in front of me.
They told us, I don't recall what it was.
Okay, it was much lower than Bang.
It was much lower than what Bang's number was. I don't know what it was.
So that's something that I would want to make sure that we're looking at when we go out to go to the second bidder. The second question I have is, do we have an indication as to what they would pay for rental of the space, the lease of the space?
Well, again, with absent not sitting down in front of them to negotiate, what we could go on is what was stated at the time of the original deliberation. And so our expectation would be that it would be held to that standard. We would be prepared to sit down and negotiate and obviously ask for the same rent structure that we were going to be getting from Bang.
And I think the final issue is the timeline for completion of the project. Do we have any indication as to what that would be?
Again, you know, we would need to sit down and discuss it with them. Obviously, we've lost, unfortunately, a number of months and trying to negotiate with the first-ranked firm. So we would encourage and get that as quickly as we could as well. We would be coming back and giving updates to the board. And this was, again, an attempt to brief the entire board and have this conversation publicly so that you are aware of where we were in this process.
And another item, I recall that the amount of investments that they would put into the project, Bang, was going to be substantially more, and that they would be doing research and development and create other jobs rather than just logistic warehousing jobs. Do we have any indication whether or not Amazon is willing to move any additional portion of their operations other than the logistics warehouse portion here?
We are aware that Amazon has interest in Broward County and some other areas, and so we would look to leverage and maximize any additional jobs and spaces within the county. So again, we would love to be able to move forward, and then we can bring an update to the board with those, how those negotiations will be going through.
I would like to ensure that we're maximizing everything we can get if we are to go to the other side, and balance all those things that I just talked about.
That would be our intent.
The medium salary, the length of time for the project to be completed, the amount of investments that they're going to make, the diversity of different work trades that would be associated with the development.
That would be our intent, sir.
Thank you.
Are you done, sir?
I'm done.
Okay. Senator Rich, Mayor Geller, Dr. Sharif, Commissioner Bogan again.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Rich, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't know really how we can trust anything that these people are saying, because they have really tried to change the deal. I'm listening to all the different ways in which they've done that, modifying in which they've trying to modify the proposal, from the rent to the time frame to the salaries. And I think something that is important to me is something Mr. Kelleher said about that they object to any agreement of a forcible measure of wage and salaries. And since this experience has taken place, as I said, I don't think there's a great deal of trust there. And I think that they have deviated, and we've lost a lot of time, and it's time for us to move to negotiate with the second person. And I want to ask the question of the county attorney. So in each case that I remember since I've been here, we just move to the, if there's an impasse, you move to the second person. So there's not a whole discussion. There was an RFP, everybody responded to that RFP. And so is that not what you do your negotiating on that, and try and obviously get the best deal you can in all of these areas we've discussed?
Yes, that's correct, Senator Rich. And in fact, here, there was a specific motion that also passed 9-0 to go to number 2 if there was impasse with number 1. Okay. The P3 statute provides for that. I think the reason, as Ms. Shapiro mentioned, of bringing this item forward is just to make sure that everything's transparent. I think they are ready to move on to number 2. It's also my understanding, and Mr. Kelleher may remember the specifics better, since I haven't looked at them very recently, and Ms. Shapiro may as well, but I don't know that Amazon had a specific rent that was in the document, so there would have to be some negotiations that would occur, perhaps using the bang metrics as a starting point.
Well, I'd like to just say then I really believe we spent enough time on this, and I think we should move to, as we do with every other one, to negotiate with the number 2 person.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Rich. Let me briefly say, then I'll call on Dr. Sharif, Commissioner Bogan, and then Commissioner Furr. I was a strong proponent of bang for 2 primary reasons. Number 1 is their higher median salary, and number 2, and perhaps more importantly, they're I believe we were told, top 200 company in terms of revenue, or may have been top 500 in the country, one of the fastest growing ones, and their national headquarters is in Broward County. I am a big proponent of trying to bring companies with national headquarters to Broward, or to enlarge the ones here, because we have found that companies that are headquartered here tend to be more involved in civic and philanthropic activities here. So I'm not quite ready to cut the cord, but I am very close. What my recommendation would be that we put this is an item to discuss, that we have on the agenda for 2 weeks from today, an item to declare an impasse, unless we have an agreement with them within 2 weeks from today. So that at this point, to notify them, this is it, you're being terminated, here's your absolute deadline, which will not be extended. And if they still come across, great, because same reason I liked them earlier, they're local. And if they need some exception that the median salary doesn't apply during a state of natural disaster or something comparable, that I could understand, but that's the only kind of exception I'm willing to grant. And I'm basically advocating that we put on the, a take it or leave it, with the exception of some minor wordsmithing like a force majeure or, act of God. And so I'm hoping that instead of, just leaving up to administration to declare an impasse tomorrow, that we give them the take it or leave it, and then have vote on that in 2 weeks. And I'm done, except county attorney, and then I'll call on Dr. Sharif. County attorney?
I just want to make sure that, everyone's aware that what we've been trying to negotiate, and I have not been at the table, I have my lawyers here who have, and obviously administration, has been a preliminary agreement. So perhaps a preliminary agreement could be reached within 2 weeks, theoretically, but then I don't want to fool anyone and let them leave here thinking that there wouldn't be ample opportunity after the preliminary agreement and prior to the final agreement for other issues to come up that might ultimately block.
If there is a motion to terminate, which I will ask be placed on the agenda for 2 weeks from today, then hopefully that gives them the message. There is a line about doing your business or getting off the pot. Well, that deadline is 2 weeks from today under what I would ask for. Dr. Sharif, you're recognized, ma'am, followed by Commissioner Bogan, followed by Commissioner Furr.
I think you all have said everything that I want to say, but this is my issue, and it was my issue when we were serving as a selection committee. I cannot stand when people come forward and promise the sun, moon, and stars, and then go back on that. And with this particular situation, it's left us in a position where now we have to go back and try to renegotiate with a vendor who had their stuff together and who came with everything at one time. So I have no problem with declaring an impasse on this. I have no problem with moving forward. I think that we've waited long enough for answers. And I wasn't one of those people that voted for them in the first place. I did not feel any sense of certainty with those numbers. I told you the numbers sounded overinflated at that time. And so I would just like to move on. And so, Monica, I think that this is the time to just move on. I'm not interested in going back and forth. And so those are my comments for today, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharif. Commissioner Bogan, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, just a couple quick things. The reason I voted against Amazon, and I think, was, one thing that Commissioner Holness did not mention just now, although I like everything you mentioned, but the one thing is the treatment of their workers. They are known historically, Amazon, that have treated, I don't know if they've gotten better, but you could read articles on how they've treated their workers, the pay of their workers. So again, our land is more and more valuable right now than it was when we negotiated. If we did nothing with it right now, that is the only parcel of land that I'm aware of that kind of size in Broward County. And so I don't think we need to be in a rush to cut a deal real quickly. And I think our terms could be much better than Bang's terms. Again, you're an apartment building and all of a sudden you're in a better location, your rent goes up. Our value keeps going up. And so I hope that we consider that, and if it, I don't think there's anything also wrong with opening this up again if Amazon doesn't want to come to the table. But I think the treatment of workers, I don't know how we can do that, but certainly the treatment of their workers has got to be somehow. I don't know if there's a way in negotiating, about it. Counsel, is there any way that can be put in some way based on their history?
We can certainly take a look, Commissioner. Okay.
Yeah. I know, we'll put in a requirement that they have to be unionized. They'll like that. Amazon's big for unions. Were you done, Commissioner Bogan?
Yeah, no, I mean, their treatment of work is horrific. It's been in the past. I don't know if today might be great, and I'm not aware of it, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bogan. And finally, Commissioner Furr, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. I was a supporter of this Bang as well, but I do expect them to live up to their commitment. And if they don't, then they lose my commitment. Pretty simple.
Agreed.
That's as simple as it gets. I liked the fact that the wages were high. I like the fact that we were expanding manufacturing in a county that has been flatlined on manufacturing. And I like the idea that it's national headquarters. But again, if they don't live up to their commitments, then they lose mine.
Thank you, Commissioner Furr. County Attorney, I will be asking you to place an item on the agenda for 2 weeks from now to do two things, considering what Commissioner Bogan said. Number one, to terminate the contract with Bang, declare an impasse, providing that there has not been an agreement. But number two, in deference to what Commissioner Bogan said earlier, instead of proceeding automatically to number two, to say that we would declare an impasse and then decide how to proceed, because I said Commissioner Bogan's suggestion that maybe we not directly move to number two may have some merit. So that's what I will ask you to do at the next commission meeting. I believe you have until tomorrow to place it on the agenda.
Yes, Mayor, that would require also as part of the vote, essentially countermanding the prior direction to staff, because right now, staff has been empowered to declare an impasse. So I just want to be clear that staff, Ms. Sapero, would understand, obviously.
They don't need a vote.
But nonetheless, the reason I like doing this is it gives Bang a, notice that in 2 weeks, if there's not an agreement, they'll be gone. Commissioner Fisher.
Mayor, I don't think 2 weeks is going to make a difference. They've already missed two meetings.
Okay.
They have continued not to work in good faith. I would be in favor of just going ahead and have staff declare impasse and move on. I don't think 2 weeks is going to make a difference because, like I said, they've already missed two meetings. They're not wanting to change the terms of the deal. There's even no contract even to terminate at this point. So it's just, I would be in favor of just going
We still have to declare the impasse. So let me ask a question. One of the alternative is to, I don't know, Ms. Farrow, do you need a vote to declare an impasse?
We do not, sir.
Okay, so.
You have a sense.
I was going to say we could, do you want to vote to declare an impasse now?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see if there's a vote or can we move to declare an impasse now?
You can if you'd like. If you don't, I mean, this is basically providing to Ms. Sapero and Ms. Henry a sense of the board to make sure that there's not real opposition to what appears to be their intention to declare impasse.
Okay. Well, let me ask then for a motion which I will oppose, but to declare an immediate impasse. And so let's.
I'll move it.
I'm sorry. Moved and seconded. Commissioner Honus?
We're negotiating from the dais. I think we ought to leave our staff the ability to carry out what they have in their hands to do. We don't need to declare an impasse from here. Let the staff use their skill to negotiate. There's already enough sentiment here that I'm sure Bang has heard, that if they don't come to the table, our staff has the power to terminate this contract. I would rather have our staff have the flexibility to determine when and how they make that determination to come to an impasse.
Thank you, Commissioner Bogan. You recognize, sir.
Respectfully, I disagree. I think there's enough people here. Look at when you sit down with somebody and they promise things in public and then they come back and change the whole deal, Commissioner Holness, to me, that tells you something. I think we've learned their position. They've made their position very clear. They don't like the original position that they proposed. They are not adhering to what they promised. They're not providing what they said. And so we're not negotiating from the dais. We're just saying no more. And I think the majority of the commissioners here agree to say, let's move on.
Commissioner Furr.
I agree. I think we should be letting staff finish this negotiation. They've heard loud and clear. No, but they've heard loud and clear from us that if they don't live up to what their commitment was, then there's going to be an impasse. It's very clear, I think, on all the way across. So they either live up to it or they don't. If they don't, it's an impasse. Clear and simple. We don't even have to take a vote.
Okay.
I mean, that's where I'm at.
I would agree with you, Commissioner Sparrow. Mr. Sparrow.
So again, this was, our bringing this item to the board was our opportunity to let the board know of our intention to declare an impasse, based on where we were with the negotiations or lack thereof.
Okay, Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah,
I know we're
I'd
in
like to
debate
go
on
to a
that
vote on the
motion.
motion. My only comment is I think that the county administrator made it very clear that the extent of the differences is very, very large. And when a vendor will not agree to objective metrics, that's a non-starter right there. So I believe termination immediately of discussions, declaring an impasse is the correct way to go. So I think there's a motion here.
Is there any additional debate? If not, all those in favor of voting to declare an immediate impasse, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Oh, I don't need to vote aye. Okay, opposed? No? No? Okay, let me check. I believe that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 3. Does anybody dispute 5 to 3? There's a voice vote. If not, show that motion adopted by a vote of 5 to 3. Commissioner, we have to go through that for the clerk. The 3 noes were Commissioner Furr, myself, and Commissioner Holness, Commissioner Udine absent. So the other 5 commissioners were yes. To declare an immediate impasse. Show that Commissioner Udine has returned to the chambers only after the vote on item 31. Okay. Let's see, hold on. We are now on item 35. Commissioner Bogan?
I know that the commissioners wanted to talk a lot about the animal shelter, but I had to take it off. In any case, I have nothing unless any commissioners want to talk about any items and the status of the items, because that's the purpose of this whole thing, is to make sure things keep moving along. Next meeting, though, I will ask, Monica, I would ask to find out the status of the 2-year courtroom, how long a courtroom takes. It's 2 years. We're going for the Guinness Book of World Records, and maybe we can get it in there. But but I want to just find out next meeting. And if anybody else wants to talk about it.
I was going to say,
Commissioner.
if
Vice
staff
Mayor.
wanted to and felt it was appropriate, they could remove the MSD investigative report so they don't have to keep opining on it. A lot of the stuff that I'd asked for it to be on there for has already been done, piecemealed along the way. I know the group has kind of stopped meeting because of COVID, but I'm happy with the P25 completion and some of the different things we've done along the way, so I think that one could be removed.
Thank you.
Okay. And members, I will go out of turn. I forgot I had indicated Commissioner Honus. I bring up item 44 when we had removed the Alcee Hastings resolution, which was, I expected would take several hours. And when we removed that, I agreed to move 44 up. So the item 44 is a motion to approve funding for Broward County Permanent Supportive Housing Program. And Commissioner Honus?
Yeah, I'll be very brief in my comments because I know we have a number of people who are on and who were on at the last meeting for a very, very long time. It is essential that we ensure we do everything we can to help every person in our community live as a productive life as possible. This item goes to that, in that it looks to provide supportive, affordable housing for those who are experiencing mental illness, to ensure that they are able to get their medicines, to be supported, to be productive. We know that a large percentage of the people who end up interfacing with our police department across the county have mental issues. There's a statistic that I heard this past week that 70% of the kids who juveniles who end up in trouble, have mental illness. This is an issue that is critical to reducing cost in our jails and in our criminal justice system. And again, allowing people to be productive so we can have a more prosperous community. I'll go ahead and let our speakers speak. Mayor, I think there are a number of 27 that were on earlier.
Okay, before we get to those two speakers, I saw Dr. Sharif, then Commissioner Furr, and Commissioner Bogan. I'm going to ask, however, if you're just speaking in general, let's wait after, but I'll take these three speakers first, and then I'll ask everyone else to wait till after our public testimony. Dr. Sharif?
So I just wanted to be shown as a co-sponsor because I was asked to be shown as a co-sponsor on this item.
Sure, that's done without objection.
And then I'll speak later to the amendment to the item that I wanted to add.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Furr, then Commissioner Bogan, and then we'll take public testimony. Commissioner Furr.
Thank you. I'm glad this is on there. I appreciate it. I was one of the people who had talked and worked with Bold Justice on this. But I do think I don't want to circumvent the process that we have. We have a very good process here of these kind of requests going to our continuum of care board, where we look at all of these in a broad and comprehensive way. And so when people are speaking on the phone today, I want them to realize that we do have a process, and when we're trying to calculate how much money we are going to be putting into this, we put in lots of money already in many ways, but I want us to be calculating some other monies that are coming in this year, particularly what we just passed, I think it was last meeting, where we waived the impact fees for affordable housing. Let's start to look at the money that we might be talking about with CRAs coming up. Various ways that money will be coming in to calculate how much we're going. We can't do that here. That has to be part of that entire process, and I think the Continuum of Care Board we've got some very good people on that board who represent every aspect of this and look at it from every angle. So I wanted to let everybody know at the end of this, after everybody has spoken, I'm going to make a motion to continue this till after it has a chance to be heard at the Continuum of Care Board, because I think that's the right thing to do. And it will help, it'll give us, I think, a better input of how this will fit into the larger picture.
Thank you, Commissioner Furr. I think that's appropriate, although I kind of think we're going, even hearing the speakers, we're going a little out of order, because that just encourages everybody else to also come and make the presentations here. Commissioner Bogan, followed by Vice Mayor Udine. Commissioner Bogan?
I'm really troubled about this, and I want to tell you why. The concept of helping homeless is wonderful. The concept of helping people who have no homes can't be better. However, there's an attachment that shows the funding request of $3.8 million, and nearly 50% of that money is going to salaries. That's outrageous. That to me is unacceptable, outrageous, and it just, I mean, want to give money to, we have homeless programs right now where administrative costs are not 50%. I mean, this is, to me, outrageous. So I support helping the homeless. Anything we can do to help the homeless, if we need more money to help the homeless, that's great. But spending nearly 50% that does not help the homeless on salaries, to me, is just completely outrageous, and something needs to be reworked. We have staff here. I'd go to our county administrator, deputy administrator, and say, how can we integrate our staff so we wouldn't have to have these, you know, see what kind of help we would need, maybe 2 people, 3 people. But that's my position. I can't support a funding request where 50% are going to salaries. I can support the homeless initiatives. I love helping out the homeless again. So I want to make sure that I'm clear that my position is to absolutely help the homeless, but not be spending 50% on salaries. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Udine.
So when you look at the backup and when we look at this is what Commissioner Furr said. I'm very supportive of the homeless and of the mental health issues that are out here. But I think that, and I'm very respective of the public's time who's had to sit for 2 meetings on this, but I still think that having the public all speak on this today, to me, it's more of a waste of their time to make them do all this today, when really they should be doing it at a time when we have the complete budget picture in front of us. We do this every year, and every year we get close to the June date when we start to have these budget workshops. I'm okay with at some point with a budget workshop, letting public speak on some of these items or having a process with this. But I think that I've seen this movie before, and I think most of us have seen this movie before. The 29 speakers are going to speak. Most of us are going to agree with most of what they say because they're going to speak about a noble and important cause in our community, a cause that we've won national awards with dealing with this, with homelessness, where we have a procedure in place. And we're all going to pretty much agree with what their concept is that they're saying. And then there's going to be a motion to postpone this into the budget cycle, which I believe is correct and I will support, like Commissioner Furr had mentioned. So why would we want to waste, you have important people from the public that are on the phone here. Let's do this and do this at the right time. That would be my position. I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody on the dais or in the public, but this should be heard at the appropriate time, and this isn't the appropriate time.
Do you have a motion, sir?
I would make a motion that we continue this to the budget workshop and set some kind of procedure with county administration to let the public opine on this. Now, for everybody from the public that's there, that doesn't mean I don't support this. I do support the concept of what they're bringing, but I want to do it in a right way where it can be meaningful public comment.
I'll second that.
All right, is there a discussion on Vice Mayor Udin's motion? And Senator Rich, I was going to call on you next. Do you, would you care to speak?
Yes.
At this point, towards his motion, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then I'll get
Yes.
you, Dr. Shree.
I'm speaking in favor of the motion. I'm speaking in favor of the motion. You know, we have a process, and we've done pretty well with our process, and we're putting more and more money into gap financing, which is very important, which is basically what this is. But we do it through the process of an RFP. If you talk with Ralph Stone, you'll see that there has been an increase in developers, in people responding to RFPs, because we're putting the money out in the gap financing to be able to close that gap. So if you look at this should go through the same process as everybody else. And it's not just about homeless. It's also the fact that there are all kinds of services that need to be available, or else it doesn't work. You have to have the mental health services. And if you look at some of the points that our homeless continuum of care people, Rebecca McGuire, and then of course Ralph Stone, have mentioned, this is, we don't have the infrastructure in place in our county to be able to do all of that. So we have to put something together. And I'll look at an example of NAMI that is just put in an application to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, has worked on it for 2 years, and has a tremendous network working with them. They have a developer. They have a nonprofit developer, Carrefour. And we were hoping, there's only 2 proposals that actually went in up there, and we're hoping to get it. It'll be on the Howard Foreman campus. And it's a wonderful project for people that have mental illness problems and issues. So again, I think that, you know, you have to look at the whole process. They need to go through that. We just passed an RFA for $5 million in gap financing. They can come in and apply and compete like anybody else. And I just really feel that this belongs, and Commissioner Furr made a point that's, I think, incredibly important too. We're going to be looking right now at what money we're going to put in to help with this problem, to take care of the needs in our community that are not being met right now. We all are aware there are needs that are not being met, but we have to go about it in the right way so that the approach is holistic. So I totally support this motion, and we should move it to the workshop and then, you know, go from there.
Thank you. Before I call on Dr. Sharif, who I have next, I'm just going to ask later when I speak, Ms. Farrow, I'm going to ask you how much we're currently spending on homelessness. So if you want to look up that number, so you'll be able to answer. Okay. Dr. Sharif, followed by Commissioner Holness, followed by Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Bogan, did I see your hand up? Okay, followed by Commissioner Bogan. And I'll close, or I'll close before, who made the motion, before Vice Mayor closes. Dr. Sharif. Okay, you're recognized, ma'am.
So there's two things. So the first, when we were going through and we were doing agenda review, I did ask if we couldn't do the 65 units, how much would it cost per unit to see if some of them would be able to be stood up this year, in addition to the plans that we already had. So in the backup, I do not see the answer to that question here. The second thing that I want to say is that, you know, I wouldn't have a problem with asking speakers to postpone if we had done this on the first time. But because these speakers held on all last meeting, and then they came back again this meeting, and they've been holding on all this time, I kind of feel bad, like just saying, hey, guys, just come back at another time, hold on again all meeting long. Our budget workshop, our budget hearings are a little bit long, and to have all these speakers have to come back again, I think what I've understood from the people who've called my office and sent emails is that they wanted to express why they feel like this is necessary, and I think that it's important to hear the public comment on this, and other things. And so that would be my only disagreement. I don't have a problem with moving it to the workshop. I think the workshop is a great place to explore it, because I haven't gotten an answer as to how much per unit would it actually cost, and whether or not all the administrative burden that is in this packet is necessary. And so I would agree with Bogan on that fact in terms of the administrative cost, but I would also say that it does need to be workshopped and included in our budget discussion. So I would like to hear, yes.
Okay. I only talked about the personnel cost. Administrative, I didn't talk about. There's a $500,000, throw-in that I didn't even bring up.
Okay.
That's
So personnel and administrative, thank you.
Okay.
So I think those things would need to be examined, but I do think it's a worthy cost to stand these units up and to try to get 200 people off of the waiting list. And so that's what that's why I decided to co-sponsor it. That's why I was participating in the Bold Justice Initiative. They have some great ideas, and you know, out of what our public have to say, maybe we can gain some more insight onto where they're coming from. So I would be interested in hearing them.
Thank you, Dr. Sharif. Commissioner Holness, followed by Commissioner Fisher, except Ms. Sapero first.
Yes, if I may, I just wanted to have a couple of points of clarification. So to Commissioner Bogan's point, some of the salary positions are required to stand up the infrastructure to deliver the service, to get the folks off the waiting list and things like that. But we can have staff go into that in more detail and provide some additional backup. Secondly, Commissioner Sharif, the information that you had requested about
Dr. Sharif. Okay.
the information you asked for in the backup, we attempted to do that in the yellow sheet, and if you look at the last couple of pages that look like this with all the budget numbers, at the very top of those pages, it'll show you number of clients served. So the first one you'll see is 5, and then the next one is 10, 20, 25. That is the breakdown for kind of per unit, if you will, per person, per client that would be served in the budget that would be required and associated for those services. So we didn't do it by individuals, but by groups of 5, 10, and so forth, so you could see that. And if you look at between the 5 and the 10, for example, it's not doubled because there's some economies of scale that would be achieved with the infrastructure that put in place. We're happy to go through this in more detail.
So then my question to you is on the worksheet that says 20, you're saying that the total out-of-pocket cost for 20 units would be $1,552,066.45?
That is what staff has provided, yes.
Okay, and so 25 would be the 1,679,716.49?
That's correct.
Okay, so taking it into the context of the $3.8 million that was put on the agenda for request, right? That means that if we took roughly $3.8 million, we could get somewhere between 50 and 55 units.
That is exactly the proposal that the Commissioner Holness had proposed, and that was, in his backup, that was what he proposed was 50, and that was a 3.8.
Right. So I'm just trying to get clarity here on where those excessive personnel and administrative costs come in.
Okay, can I say that we're getting into the merits on this right now, which may be why this should be at a budget workshop discussed.
I thought the motion is what.
If there's a motion to defer, let's just hear on the motion to defer, if that's okay, Dr. Sharif. So if you have one or two more questions.
Well, she was answering my questions.
Right.
I said, okay.
Okay,
So
great.
I can get them answered later, Monica. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Commissioner Holness, Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Bogan, Commissioner Furr, and again, I'm going to speak at the end. So, Commissioner Holness, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. My suggestion was that we allow the public to speak. We're going to spend more time debating this than the public would have been able to speak. We would already be halfway through this if we had allowed them to speak. To be honest with you, if we are to defer this while we have these members of our community sitting on the phone all this time and all the time last meeting, it would be shameful and disgraceful for us to do that. I might not have a chance to say anything else here again. And let me say this, a budget workshop doesn't allow for us to have public input. I haven't seen one where we had the public speak, not since I've been here, in 10 years. So to defer this is like telling the public, we don't want to hear from you. Now, let me just deal with a couple of things here, please. The breakdown is there. We can do a small amount. We can do that now. And the numbers that were read off included or startups. So for 5 units, ongoing is only $698,000. That's just the ongoing. The other cost that you heard, $802,000 for 10, $1.3 million for 20, $1.4 million for 25. That's ongoing. The other cost is startup costs. Let me tell you something else, folks. We're paying that money now. We're paying more than that now. Here's some statistics that you should be mindful of. Today, the Broward County Jail has over 1,600 inmates on the mental health caseload. 1,600 inmates on the mental health caseload. That represents 47% of the people we got in jail. We spend $161 per night to house these folks. It's foolhardy for us not to make the investments on the front end and keep people out of jail and keep them productive. You talk about administrative cost. How much does it cost for police to go out and arrest these folks? How much does it cost for the guards in the jail to take care of them, the detention deputies to handle that? How much does it cost for us to ensure that they get mental health treatment?
Commissioner Holness, we're on the motion to defer.
I understand,
right
but everyone else had their say. I'm going to have mine too. Okay, you can cut me off if you
I'll ask
want.
you to try and limit it, sir.
Average over 1,300 inmates on psychotropic medication on any given day. 1,000 mental health psychiatric evaluations per month. 1,600 psychiatric follow-up visits per month. This is in the jail. 25 Baker Act per month. 300 per year. So we're paying for it now. $280 million per year. That's the largest item in our entire budget on an annual basis, $280 million. $280 million per year. 47% is probably about $135 million. That's what we spend in treating people with mental illness now today in our jails. I think the public ought to speak, and let's hear from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fisher, followed by Commissioner Bogan, followed by Commissioner Furr, and again, I will close unless there's 8 other speakers between now and me.
I just want to speak. I want to speak on the motion.
Yes,
Mayor.
thank you.
Okay. And I just want clarifications because Vice Mayor, I do agree with you, but I want to make sure that Commissioner Furr's suggestion is part of that. I think you talked about get to the budget process, but I want to get to our committee first. I wanted to go through there and then get to the budget workshop. So I just want to make sure that's included in that. And I think we have a budget workshop coming up in a couple of weeks, do we not, Ms. Shapiro?
May 11th.
May 11th. So will this be talked about, or one of these items that will be talked about?
We can certainly add that,
Okay,
yes.
so we're 2 weeks or so away from discussion, but, so is that enough time to get it to our board first before it comes to us?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry, Senator Rich. The COC?
Yeah, we can do it on maybe the 28th.
Okay, because I want their input as well. Thank you.
Yeah, there is a meeting.
Were you done, sir?
Should I respond to
Thank
this?
you.
Ask me a question, should I?
Yes, if you asked you a question, go ahead, sir.
So to respond, Commissioner Fisher, yes, I'm okay with that process. I'm okay with including it. I take a little bit of offense to not wanting to hear from the public. I do want to hear from the public, but I want to hear from the public in a productive, positive way. Set a time, let the public speak. We've already had 2 meetings when we're keeping people on the phone when they don't know, but I'm happy to hear from them today. I just don't think it's productive, but it's not out of any disrespect to the public. I'll come anytime you want to, I'm happy to, but I just think we should do it in a way that it's respectful for the public's time. We can, however this commission decides is fine by me, but I just think that there's a more positive, productive way to do it.
Thank you. Commissioner Fisher, you were done, correct? Commissioner Bogan, you're recognized, followed by Commissioner Furr.
Commissioner Holness even makes a greater point of why we need a workshop, because I'm sitting here complaining about the numbers. And if I'm wrong, because you're claiming, I believe you were claiming, Commissioner Holness, that this is the normal, what's happening now with the jails and everything else. So I need to know, because I'm not only looking at a 50% into personnel, I even didn't bring up, there's this $506,000 administrative cost. 500, why not $1 million? Why not $2 million? Why not, I mean, I don't even know what that is, but maybe it is something important that I don't know about. You've made the point even more why we need a budget workshop to talk about these numbers, to make sure, to see if what I'm saying is not correct or it is correct. Because as I sit here, I have a big problem with not the concept. It's a great concept. Let's help the homeless. Let's help those who are mentally ill. Let's help them. Let's do what we can for them. But this is the taxpayer money. And more importantly than people giving us their opinions is watching out for the taxpayer funds. And so that's why I think that even supports more on supporting the motion. I ask the mayor to call for a vote.
There's 2 speakers left, Commissioner Furr, me, Senator Rich. I'll call on you at the end if you insist. I think we're ready to vote, but no, I'll call on you after, yeah.
It's just to follow up with Commissioner Fisher that there is a COC meeting on April 28th, and we can make an opportunity we always have public hearing, public input, so we can work something out there, I believe.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Furr, you're recognized, sir.
And that was my point, is that I know there's a COC meeting just next week prior to the budget workshop. Fits in nice. But the bigger question is, Bolt Justice is asking for these units, and there's a reason they're asking, is that because we are not able to get enough housing stock to provide for permanent supportive housing. So I'm supportive of listening to the people on the phone. They represent an enormous amount of churches and places of worship in this community. But I want to challenge them, and I want to challenge them here, if they're speaking now, because they represent a good part of Broward County. And what we need to ask of them is to help us get that housing stock. I'm sure, many of the people that are going to be speaking are people that probably own property, rent property. And to those people, that's who we need to open up their doors and have faith in our system to be, we have case managers, we have all kinds, but we can't get enough houses. We can't get enough rental properties, and that's why Bull Justice is asking for these units. Ask your congregations, ask the people that are in your places of worship. The people that own property, be willing to open your doors. And if you were willing to open your doors, then we don't have to be building as much of this. So I'm asking that when people are on the phone today, ask of yourself, ask of your place of worship, and bring it back to there. And ask that question. Who has property here that they're willing to rent to those people that most in need, who need housing? Because that's how we help solve this problem. Not just by doing we can't build our way out of this problem, but there are an enormous amount of units that are available in this community.
Thank you, Commissioner Furr. Let me say in closing, first, let me ask Ms. Sparrow, how much are we currently spending on housing homeless?
So the Homeless Initiative Partnership, if you look at the additional materials, just so you can see it graphically, we provided, and then there's a pie chart there, and it explains exactly what that budget is. And so the county's Homeless Initiative Partnership budget is $28.4 million annually.
Okay, thank you.
Of 17.6 of that is general fund dollars.
Thank you. My understanding is the county, Broward County, is currently funding homelessness more than any other county in the state. I think we all recognize that homelessness is an important issue. I know we all have other issues that are important to us. My personal top priority on social services has been feeding South Florida. I know many of the other people here feel that way. Feed the hungry, biblical commandment. We all have other issues, whether it's mental health, whether it's trying to keep seniors in their homes, affordable housing, and so, I know all of us have issues that are important to us, and that's why I agree with the motion to defer this, because candidly, I just think it's unfair to bring up one item in front of the commission asking for money and have all these speakers when there are 20. If we do this, I'm expecting every other group that wants money to come and ask for money. So I believe, and these are recurring dollars. I think there's only two of us on the commission that have been discussing any willingness whatsoever to raise the county millage. If we're not going to raise county millage, we need to recognize that there's limits to our budget. And I'm just concerned about, again, putting money towards one without going through administration and trying to find out where we want to give our money from our many competing needs. And Commissioner Ryan, I said I was going to close, but if it's important, I'll call on you, sir.
I haven't spoken yet on the issue. It's a complicated issue as to homeless persons, what is their status, what are their needs, and permanent supportive housing is for those persons who have the greatest number and severity of struggles. And we talk about just about all of the folks that are in permanent supportive housing are dealing with some level of mental illness and or drug addiction. So this is a very expensive program, but one that is necessary because it affects persons who are actually living on the street. Most of the persons who are getting homeless services are getting it on a temporary basis. And so that goes to the discussion that we've had about the administrative cost, because you need to have a full level of like wraparound services that Commissioner Rich always speaks of with regard to the mental health services, the job training, and persons that are in permanent supportive housing have to accept those services as a condition to being placed in those units. It's complicated. I believe what Commissioner first said about the Homeless Continuum of Care Advisory Board needs to be engaged in the discussions. And when you look at the funding on this, we really need to engage some of our local partners. We've discussed this about some level of participation by the municipalities. I believe some of them that are on the cities on the east side see that homeless are exposed to it more greatly and have wanted to participate, but most of the cities are not. I don't have a problem if we hear from those who want to speak today, but I can't see how we can make a decision on this until we do take it to a workshop. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. There is a motion to defer this topic in its entirety to the budget workshop after referral to the Continuum of Care Committee. All those in favor of the motion, please signify.
The motion also includes giving the public some time, so if our budget workshop doesn't allow it, let them do it at the budget workshop. Let staff come up with a few times.
And arrange for time for public discussion at our budget workshop. All those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed to that motion, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
I'm going to ask for a show of hands because I couldn't hear the first time. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. This is motion to defer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed, please signify by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3. Please show, did you get the 6-3 vote? Whoever's taking minutes? Yes. Okay. All those all right. Please show this item postponed. We are to the budget workshop, county administration. Let's talk about what steps we'll take to ensure the public has ability to speak at the budget workshops.
Mayor, and just to point out for the record,
yes,
this is actually an action item, so obviously at the workshop, the board would not be taking action on this, so after that budget workshop, any action could be considered by the board.
Okie dokie. It's my understanding that the captioner is going to need to take a break in around 5 or 10 minutes. Does that work for the captioner if we break in another about 10 minutes? Does that work? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, you're just about at 4:30 now.
I know, but I figured we can try and get 1 or 2 quick non-controversial items. Let's see what item 36, that will be, I thought this was going to be a very long meeting, so I'm just going to announce what that is so we can discuss it at the next meeting. Those of you that are familiar with what we've done to pertain to transit-oriented development through the Planning Council, we've already arranged, and this is transit-oriented development with an affordable housing component. And we, as an incentive to the cities to adopt it, we've already given cities that adopt it preferential treatment for our surtax dollars when they apply for projects. I have also, and I discussed this with us a year and a half ago, and a year ago, and 6 months ago, each time we passed it, I've also discussed that I think the expiring CRA money should be given to cities that have adopted this because, again, this will be a tremendous increase in creating housing. So I've discussed this because I thought that we were going to be here all night tonight. I'd already agreed to discuss what the item was and then ask if the item be continued till the next meeting. I just wanted to let everybody know what it is so that you'll have an opportunity to be ready to discuss it at the next meeting. Show that continued to the next meeting. Let's see, item 37 has been moved to consent. Item 38 and 40 and 41 we've already done. Let's see, item 42 will take a while, so I guess now is a good, let's see, item 43 is very quick. What is 43? No, all right, we are as close to lunch, to a good time to break now as we will get. So it is now 12:30 precisely. We will be back at 1 o'clock. Lunches are in the back, so you don't have to go in order. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Commissioners, please return to the chamber, singular or plural. 42. Actually, I can't start because I don't have the county attorney either.
I think he's trying to gather some of your other.
County attorney, so I could start. As soon as the next one walks in, we're starting. We have 6 already. So, no. Okay. As soon as any one of the 3 starts, if you're here, we will start. Bang, bang. Meeting of the Broward County Commission on April 20th is called back to order at 1:11. Next item on the agenda is item 42, which is my item. It is a continuation of the item that was brought up at the last meeting. It was the last item that was brought up, and we took some votes at the last minute. This is a continuation of that item, and what we will do is go over, if you will recall, we asked for we voted to open outdoor items and do other things, and I will give you a brief summary of that. I have one amendment to that, and I apologize. I thought that that item had been distributed, and it apparently has not, and I need a copy of that. And first, County Attorney, thank you. This is a continuation of the item, so I understand we may have some public speakers. Do we take public speakers on this?
Mayor, legally, this is a continuation of the board's discussion on the item, so public comment occurred at the last meeting. However, if any member of the board, including in particular you as mayor, wished for anyone in particular to provide information, then you could call on somebody, but we wouldn't just accept public comment generally for this.
Thank you. And Kimberly, I forgot, but I'll take that after this item because we're missing 3 commissioners. I have asked, when I was speaking to the Broward Alliance, I had asked a member of the business community to provide comment because they had not provided any comment at the last meeting. Is Dan Lindblade on the line? Operator, is Dan Lindblade on the line?
Dan currently is on the line.
Okay, please recognize
Mayor,
Dan.
Mayor Geller, this is Dan.
Mr. Lindblade, you're recognized. By the way, have you seen the amendment that I'm proposing at this meeting?
I have not, sir. I have not seen it. I think I understand it.
Okay.
Appreciate that. I'll make some comments, and then I'll be eager to see how that works.
You're recognized, sir.
If I may proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, and county administration. On behalf of the Greater Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce, my name is Dan Lindblade. I'm its president and CEO. I want to thank Mayor Geller and all the commissioners and the administration for all of the consultations we've had over these 409 days since we first confirmed our first COVID-19 case, and we're 128 days into vaccines. Right now, our concern is the methodology that we're going to continue to use for gating criteria, which is before you now. In specific, we're concerned about the positivity rating as a gating criteria, with the theory that as we move and continue to move into more vaccinations, more people will be less likely, healthy people that is, will be less likely to go get tested for positivity, and our rate will either remain the same or move upward. So as a gating criteria, I think it's a less reliable gating criteria. I know that Mayor Geller is proposing an amendment to that as an additional gating criteria on the number of new cases and the threshold. Therefore, giving whichever is less would have to be met. So I can say, Mayor and Commissioners, in general, with about 54,000 people unemployed in Broward County and looking to get back to work, the sooner we can do that safely, the better. We've worked with your administration, Mayor, and the Commission all the way through. You've always been accessible for us. We applaud you for that, and we continue to want to work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lindblade. Members, let me end as, again, since this is a continuation, other than Mr. Lindblade, the county attorney has advised that we do not take public comment since we've heard public comment at the last time in this continuation. In fact, many of the speakers are the same ones that spoke. At least I recognize some names. Let me first tell you what the executive order that we have, that Bertha has signed, does. It adds phasing criteria for the next set of reductions. It says that phase 1 will occur when 50% of adults have received at least one vaccination shot. We believe that that will probably occur either Thursday or Friday. By the end of this week, we should have that number. As of yesterday, 741,622 people had received shots, at least their first vaccination. We're vaccinating at around 15,000 a day. We need to get up to approximately 775,000. That's another, give or take, 34,000 people for us to reach the 50% adult vaccination. That should be done by probably Wednesday, Thursday, but certainly we'll have reached that number by Friday. When those metrics are done, we will remove the 6-foot social distancing for restaurants, hotel, and function spaces, remove capacity limits on restaurant, retail, movie theaters, community rooms, museums, function spaces, and remove gathering limits on private residences, outdoor organized sports, and function spaces. The order that was signed currently removes gathering limits on all outdoor gatherings, so long as either social distancing is practiced or the event is an organized sport that complies with the applicable rules for non-professional sports with spectators. It removes the height and sanitation requirements throughout the consolidated executive order and consolidated the general safety requirements in Chapter 11. For example, it removes requirements to require customers to sanitize hands upon entry, to sanitize smocks between customers, to remove rakes from bunkers at golf courses, etc. It deletes the specific requirements for parks, boating and marine activities, golf courses, pools and recreational amenities and housing developments, public community and private pool clubs, and beaches. All of those restrictions are now ended. It increases the capacity limit on non-professional organized sporting events with spectators to 50% for outdoor portions, while retaining the 25% for indoor. And again, the reason we say non-professional is the state has preempted the field on professional. And in-person attendance procedures at the county commission meetings, including that, so as of now, members of the public can attend in person if they pre-register. and that will be the case at our next meeting, subject to space limits. Facial coverings must still be worn at all times and that will be enforced by the fine men in blue standing at the back of the chambers. And anyone who prefers can still participate by telephone. Let me bring you up to date quickly because this is relevant. While we want to reopen, we are currently, unfortunately, in a surge. The disease gating indicators, which are the percent of hospital emergency department visits with influenza-like illness as a chief complaint, continues to increase. It has been increasing for about 5 or 6 weeks. The number of hospital emergency department visits with influenza-like illness is continuing to increase. That's been increasing for weeks. The number of, those are a little bit of a lagging indicator. The number of cases is still higher. That's been increasing, although the last 4 or 5 days it's been decreasing a little. Our percent positive is today at 7% because there was a decline today. Yesterday, that's a 3-day rolling average. Yesterday, we were above 8%. Our hospital patient census data, which is a lagging indicator, is up substantially. Our hospital admissions per day, another lagging indicator, is up substantially. Our daily deaths is down because we fortunately have learned to treat it better. Our inpatient bed occupancy is up and our ICU bed occupancy is up. So we are still in the middle of a pandemic. In fact, we're in the middle of a surge. However, Mr. Lindblade, actually I did listen to the speakers last time, however insulting some of them may be, and some of them did, at least one did raise a valid concern that they were concerned, and I think that the Vice Mayor has raised this concern, that if you're measuring on only the positivity rate, that because people that are vaccinated may not be tested, that will result in adverse selection. That's not the way CDC or Johns Hopkins feels. However, I recognize that there may be some validity to that. So the way that Johns Hopkins measures is they count only first day positive tests per 100,000. Their recommendation is that we not start phase 1. And by the way, CDC and Johns Hopkins both say that you should look at both tests and go with make sure that you meet both of them before you're reopening. And Johns Hopkins says that their number should be 10 new cases per 100,000. Trying to deal with the concerns raised by some of the commissioners who wanted to reopen more quickly and the business community, instead of saying both, the amendment in front of us today would say that we would reopen if you meet either of them. And instead of the Johns Hopkins recommended number of 10 cases per 100,000 to start reopening, I'm suggesting we increase that to less than 15, which is an easier threshold to meet. And instead of using the 10 consecutive days measured on a rolling 5-day average, I'm saying let's use it on a 7 consecutive days as measured on a 5 rolling day average. That is as far as I am willing to go. I think that if we adopt this amendment, which I will ask for comment in a moment, then we will be dealing with some of the concerns which may or may not be valid, but which are at least legitimate concerns that have been raised, that the 5% testing may not ever be achieved. The first part, the 50%, will have met by the end of this week. Again, our biggest problem right now is vaccine resistance. Senator Rich and I are attending a meeting, I believe that you are chairing, tomorrow dealing with that issue, and I'll ask you after we vote on the amendment, but before we leave, to comment on that, Senator Rich.
I'll be there also.
I'm sorry?
I'll be there also.
Okay, and is this Sunshine?
The first, no, I'm guessing no, but we will check to make sure. Is it a county?
It's not.
No,
So
it's not a
it's
county meeting,
no,
so
it's-
please, Senator Rich must be there. I've been invited to attend and
Everyone.
speak. So please, and Commissioner Honus is intended to be there.
Okay.
Please let us know whether I can attend and whether Commissioner Honus can attend.
May I ask
Senator Rich must attend.
It is the kickoff by the Health Foundation of South Florida at Florida Memorial University for the key organizations that have been a part of this vaccine hesitancy education campaign, which will be kicked off tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'm not asking you
Everyone-
to give us
Yeah.
advice from the podium.
I understand.
But please let us know
Thank you.
if I can attend, if Commissioner Honus can attend. Now,
I have a question.
I'm offering this as an amendment.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yes, Senator.
Well, to the amendment.
Yeah, Senator, let me just offer it and then
Okay,
let's,
sure.
I'm offering this as an amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by
This is
Senator
about
Rich.
it,
All right.
yeah.
Now, Senator Rich, you're recognized,
Okay,
ma'am.
so I am concerned about how we are, what the standards we're using, because and I've discussed this with our administrative people, that when our emergency management people say, 1 million people have received vaccines, that's not full immunity. That's 1 million doses versus series completed, which is, instead of, we had total people vaccinated, 741,000.
That's
Okay,
correct.
but that's only with one shot. So
Yes, ma'am.
the series completed, which it says right on the chart that's put out by the state every day, the series complete is the current number of people who have received both Moderna and Pfizer vaccine doses, both of them, or one Johnson & Johnson dose, and are considered fully immunized. So that's only 456,000 people. So I think we just need to be really clear that this 50% is not being based on people that are fully vaccinated and fully immunized. Otherwise, we're, not being honest with ourselves, I think.
Senator Rich, I share your concerns, but I'm trying to reach a balance. At the last meeting, it was clear that there were at least 3 commissioners who wanted us to open more quickly. There were probably 3 that wanted us to open more slowly, and like 3 in the middle. So I'm trying by this amendment. Remember, we've already adopted the 5%. Dr. Sharif, I see. Okay. We've already adopted Commissioner Honus, I see you. Okay. We've already adopted the 5% for first shot. The only part that we're changing is instead of, we've already adopted 50% first shot only. That's already adopted. We adopted that the last meeting. What we would be changing with this amendment today is the second test, which is now saying instead of having to be below 5% positive for 10 consecutive days, we'll say either below 5% positive for 5 consecutive days or below 15 new cases per day per 100,000 population, which again, that's the way Johns Hopkins measures. Both Hopkins and CDC says it should be both. I'm trying to be reasonable and saying it should be either of the two. So I saw Commissioner Fisher, Dr. Sharif, Commissioner Honus in that order. Commissioner Fisher, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for trying to come up with a balance. I just kind of want to just cover a few items, especially in the new order, and I kind of wish that it had come out a little bit earlier in the day so our municipalities would have had time to react and to be a part of it as well. But I want to go to the item 2 as the current order that's in place, as well as the new amendment. The positivity rate from 314 to 412, and you even named it even higher, was about 6.9% average. And I think there's always going to be, not an excuse, but something to kind of lay your hat on, whether it be spring break, whether it be Christmas, whether it be New Year's, whether it be a holiday in which, so that the numbers are never, in reality, I think we've got to really look at is what are the numbers are really going to be? And I just don't even know that we're even going to get there even on your number 2. And that's why I said 2 weeks ago that I'm okay with the 50% rule for the vaccinations, but I think number 2, really, we have to look at reality. And I thought we talked about outdoor gatherings as well 2 weeks ago. And if you look at it, I also, for instance, community rooms. Community rooms cannot be open until these 2 criteria are met. And yet, we're relaxing the sanitation requirements for them. So it's like, what is what? And the community rooms are thirsty. The condominiums need for them to be open. They need to have their meetings and to be able to be part of it. Again, private residents, we're still in here that 10 or less cannot 10 or more cannot gather. I mean, to me, again, reality is not there, and how are we going to police it? Thirdly is the non-professional organized sports. We're keeping them at 50%, but yet if you saw a couple of nights ago, the inter-city soccer game, the place was packed. I mean, so you got organized sports that are just packing them in, but non-organized sports where you might have a little league ball game or whatever it may be, you're at 50%. And then more 10-person or more gatherings, now you still have to go to Ms. Sapero's office to get permission for 10 or more gatherings. The function spaces are still penalized. The positivity rate increases. If we go beyond this, then we're going to have to come back and provide regulations that will be reinstated as determined. Again, reality, I keep coming back to that. And on page 23, on the operation requirements, the midnight to 5 a.m., it's in here, but we're not enforcing it because we're in litigation. So why is it even in there? I mean, you talk about eliminating all these things. You're not even, don't allow buffet-style food or salad bars, but yet self-service drink stations and unwrapped straws and all those are okay. So you go from one extreme to the other, and you talk about, you take away employees washing their hands immediately before performing service. Again, I'm trying to feel the balance. The drive-ins, we went from 6 feet to 10 feet. So we're increasing that now. Gyms and fitness is a whole nother game. My point is, I don't think we're ever going to get there, Mayor, on this scale or the one that was presented. I think I would be in favor of the 50% rule for the vaccinations. And once we reach there by the end of the week, let's open up. Let's let the community, let's get our small businesses open. At the end of the day, the mask requirement is still there. I'm a proponent of masks. But at the end of the day, I just don't think number 2 in any shape or form, whether it's current or what's proposed, is really reality. And I would ultimately make that motion to just remove item number 2 and keep item number 1. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, County Attorney, I know you wanted to say something, and then I'll call on Dr. Sharif.
Just to one point that Commissioner Fisher raised, yes, the language is still in about the midnight till 5 a.m. closure. We did add sentences at the end, in 2 different sections there saying this section is not being enforced at this time due to ongoing litigation. The reason we kept it in had to do with potential mootness of the appeal only. It is not being enforced, but for the litigation would have been removed at this time.
Thank you. Dr. Sharif, you're recognized, ma'am.
So first of all, I want to say that last time when my remarks was summarized, it was said that I wasn't entertaining the public comments. And what I want to make sure I clarify with this round of remarks is that from a medical perspective, I think that there's some things that we allow people to say in the commission meeting that are factually incorrect, and some of them may have a small amount of merit, but they're not presented in terms of the larger picture. And so when things are put out there in the public and they come as a result of this commission meeting and from people coming through public comment, we have a responsibility to make sure that information that goes out to the public has the correct interpretation. And so I meant exactly what I said when I said that people are dying from not being vaccinated. People are dying from getting COVID-19. And I'm fully vaccinated, and I know many of the people up here are. I think that the business community has suffered quite a bit. I'm in favor of the 50% proposal that I agree with. I don't believe that we're able to properly enforce the social distancing, as I said previously, in restaurants and in open places. I don't care even if you say it's going to be outside. I just don't see where we're going to be able to properly enforce that. And so I'm okay with flexibility for business owners in that area. I received some calls from several business owners in Fort Lauderdale in regards to restaurants that have very limited inside space, and that they're doing precautions to make sure that they're cleaning and they're sanitizing in between, and that they can't do, based on size, be able to stay open and abide by all of the social distancing requirements that we set in terms of the 6 feet apart, because they don't have that much room in a space that's costing them quite a bit of money. So as a result of those calls and some other community calls, I think that we need to figure out a way to safely move this process along. And I hear the people out there who don't want to get a vaccine and who don't want to wear a mask. I understand that that's your prerogative, but as far as this county commission is concerned, we've had a great deal of success with following the CDC guidelines and following the approach to try to stop COVID from killing our residents. And so this is a proposal where I'm torn, because I know that by loosening up the restrictions a bit more, that we may see a surge, but at the same time, I don't see where the numbers are trending in such a downward momentum or direction that we're going to get to where we're looking to get to. I don't see us having less than a 5% rolling day average for 7 consecutive days. We can't even make 3 before it goes back up and down. So I think it just, let's be realistic with ourselves about the approach at opening up, and I'm going to try to be as considerate as I can to the business owners. And I appreciate the input, and I appreciate the people that have reached out. And we're going to try to do this as safely as possible. So Mayor, at the appropriate time, I guess, as we go forward, I'll entertain seconding a motion. I know you can't make a motion, but if you pass the gavel or whatever, I'd entertain to continue on your path with at least 50% of adults.
That's already been moved and seconded. Senator Rich seconded it.
Okay, so,
Okay,
but
so-
you can't second your own motion.
No, I didn't.
You can't make the motion.
I moved it, but if somebody will
That's what I'm
object-
saying, like,
All right,
she
so
has to
Senator
move
Rich will
it,
move it and you're seconding
and I'll
it.
second your
Great,
motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
right.
All right, next, Commissioner Holness, followed by Commissioner Bogan, and that's all I see for now. Okay, and that followed by Commissioner Udine. And what I would ask is, let's try and first vote on that motion and then discuss the other items that are going to come up, because there still are some, and again, I still want Senator Rich to speak as well on the vaccination issue. Commissioner Holness, you recognize, sir.
Thank you very much. We have to have guidelines. The public is looking to us for guidelines. I can tell you that in the past, I'd be asked by businesses, what is it that we want them to do? How do we want them to conduct business? We are following guidelines set by scientists that tells us, here are the steps that you need to take to mitigate the spread of this virus, which not only kills people, and it does certainly do that. Anybody who think otherwise is living on a different planet. But it also allows us to work towards where we can get commerce back up and running fully. If we have people fearful of the spread of this virus because we're not doing everything we can They won't go out. They won't shop. There's still people out there who still are not going out. They're still not engaging commercially because they're fearful of what will happen if they go out there. These guidelines help to protect the public and help them have some ease of understanding that they can go out and conduct business if they follow these guidelines. If we don't have these guidelines, we could see a further surge, but in the meantime, we're also going to see a dampened result to commercial activity. So it's in the best interest of all our businesses to help us along this way to get these measures in place. I think that the guidelines that you've laid out is a balance for us to move forward. Certainly we must have some aspirational vision as to how we move forward, and this is saying to the people in our community, here's where we ought to be. And it's a compromise. You're taking one or the other. We're not asking for both. You're reducing the timeline from 10 days to 7 consecutive days, maintaining that 5% threshold that CDC, Johns Hopkins, and pretty much most groups says that's where we ought to be in order to ensure that we don't see a further surge that could then require us to take even harsher measures. So I think we're in the right place with what you have. I commend you for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Holness. Commissioner Bogan, followed by Commissioner Udine.
So, Mayor, I just want to ask you a question, and then I'll make my comment. So let's assume we've reached the 50% for Broward County. What kind of restrictions do you feel need to be in place?
Well, right now, my proposal is we reach both the 50%, which will be at by Friday, and either the 5% or the 15 new cases per day on average per 100,000 population. Again, the Johns Hopkins recommendation is 10 new cases, but I've tried to work with the business community and increase that to 15. Once we meet both of those tests, then we would waive the distance requirements and capacity requirements at restaurants, indoors and outdoors, hotels, indoors and outdoors, function stations, indoors and outdoors, remove capacity limits on movie theaters, community rooms, museums, other theaters, remove the gathering limits on private residences, etc. So basically, we will be primarily mostly reopened once we reach the 50% vaccination. And
So-
either the CDC or the Johns Hopkins measure.
Certainly I like number one. And number two is, what happens we get an influx of visitors? People come to, obviously, we're a big tourist destination, and people who are from out of town, are we taking into account number two of visitors or just residents? Because I think you could distort things if people are coming here and they start getting symptoms from wherever they were, they flew here. Is number two just our residents or both residents and visitors?
I've been informed by Dr. Paula Thatchy, who is the director of the Florida Department of Health in Broward, that our Broward County measures are only for Broward County residents, that they if somebody gets tested in Broward and they're from Orlando, that those get sent up to Orlando.
So the numbers wouldn't be distorted from visitors?
Unless the visitors are giving Broward County residents an increase, it would only measure Broward County residents.
I got you. Okay. I just want to be, publicly, I believe once the 50% is great, and I understand your number two, but to me, we can't enforce. Again, I think that's been pretty evident. I think things should be opened up now, but we should require the wearing of masks in public and in places, whether you're shopping or wherever you are with people. And I think it's proven itself. And otherwise, we can't enforce it. I think it's silly to be enacting measures that can't be enforced.
I will remind everyone, as I call on Commissioner Udine, that what this particular motion is loosening the restrictions by adding, right now, what we've already adopted is 50% and vaccination and 5% positive for 10 consecutive days. Today's motion is to reduce the 10 to 7 consecutive days and offer the alternative method that Johns Hopkins is, and which is new cases only, which isn't distort. So today's motion is to loosen it somewhat. But after we vote on that, if there's any other motions, I will take those up as well. Commissioner Udine? Yeah, yes.
I'm going to be in attendance at the event that Senator Rich is having, so I think we need to make sure that I'm added to that, because you guys, I know you said.
The question is, we've asked the county attorney simply to determine whether we can have multiple county commissioners there speaking.
So let me just say that everyone, all the commissioners have received an invitation to this. All Dade County and Broward County commissioners have received an invitation. So we're hoping as many of you as can come as possible. We're trying to keep it's small. It's supposed to be around 30, 35 people. It's in the gym. It's social distance, mask requirement, and so forth. So just
the only question which the county attorney will get back with us on is sunshine. Commissioner Udine, Vice Mayor Udine, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor.
Dr. Sharif. Vice Mayor Udine, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with what Commissioner Fisher said, and I agree with what most of Commissioner Bogan said. But I think that the mayor has handled this well as far as trying to get some scientific-based metrics put out there. The problem that I see is that the public is well ahead of us on this already. And it's too hard to turn on the TV and see the soccer game packed with people and then say, you know, it's a big problem being in a restaurant. This is very unpopular, what I'm going to say, but COVID is, this part isn't unpopular. It's very dangerous. It's a public health crisis. But at this point, it's really no longer an emergency. Everybody knows what this is right now. Everybody knows that it's out there. And if you're I'm not wearing a mask right now. Some are, some aren't on here. And I respect everybody for whatever choice they made. I've been double vaccinated. I'm sitting between two pieces of plexiglass. I don't need a mask right now. I don't feel like I'm gonna be in jeopardy or jeopardizing anybody else. When I leave here and I walk into that facility, out of matter of respect for everybody else and the fact that I'm now close to people, I throw a mask on. But I think that the public has passed us by on this because people that are of the ilk that this is, you know, an issue for them health-wise, they need to be the ones that need to better protect themselves at this point, and the rest of the economy needs to start opening up. Now, I know what I will hear on that is that, well, what happens to the senior citizen who's hanging out with their grandchildren who were at a party and then they kind of bring it back? Well, for right now, I'm sorry, I mean, those senior citizens still, if they're in the class and they're in the risk that's out there, they have to take more precautions. That's just gonna have to be the way that this is, or as a society, we are never going to get out of this pandemic. It was 15 days to flatten the curve in March of 2020. We're now in April of 2021. We've done a good job. We've done what we had to do on this thing. Florida's economy hasn't been decimated. We're trying to move forward. I support number one. I support amending number two in a way that makes it a little bit looser since we can't enforce it anyway. But I just want to see us as a community stop a lot of the rhetoric on both sides that are so heated, half-truths. This one wants to do that. Do what makes you feel comfortable. If you don't feel comfortable and you need more protection, have more protection, but don't vilify somebody because they choose to take more protection, or if somebody else doesn't. We need to try and move forward on this, and I think that we do a disservice. I commend Commissioner Rich for helping to organize and chairing what they're doing tomorrow. The problem is that it's so difficult because we will have a pro-vaccination event, and then we'll get something on the news that the Johnson & Johnson vaccines are now being paused for different things. The public is watching the news and they're seeing things that are giving mixed messages. If 50% of the people are vaccinated, that means, and Commissioner Rich's point was well taken, and I agree with it, that doesn't mean they're fully vaccinated, but 50% vaccines don't take into the fact that 15 or 20% have already had COVID and are self-immunized on some of this. Now, the scientists will say one way or another that maybe that helps, maybe that doesn't. But a natural vaccination, according to most medical people, is better than a shot. But, so I'm going to support Commissioner Fisher when he makes his motion.
Okay, so to close, I will remind everybody what I did here was as comprehensive as I know anybody else in the country has done. We consulted with CDC, we've consulted with US HHS, we've consulted with the head epidemiologist of the state of Florida, we have consulted with Johns Hopkins University, we have consulted with the North and South Broward Hospital districts, we've consulted with Dr. Paula Thatchy, the head of the Florida Department of Health in Broward, and the best that we could come up with was what I came up at the last meeting. But listening to the concerns that were expressed by at least 3 commissioners here, and listening to the concerns of the business community, and also listening to at least one of the speakers who raised concerns about the 5%, today's amendment lessens the restrictions, still keeps them in place, but offers the alternative method, and instead of the Johns Hopkins recommended 10 per 100,000, reduces it to 15 per 100,000. My concern is if we simply lift everything, we've seen the numbers are going in the wrong direction because people are partying like COVID is over. It's not over. And passing something that says, let's just reopen everything, you're right, Commissioner Udine, that does send out a message, but I think it sends out the wrong message. So at this point in time, I'm going to call for a vote on this item, and then I will take up a motion from either Commissioner Fisher or anyone else who wants to make one. In terms of this motion.
Mayor, just point of order for the county attorney. With this point, I should make a substitute motion, or do I let this one vote or come back? Can I make a substitute motion?
It's directed at the same protocol, which is basically, whether that second prompt would remain in there or would be amended as is being proposed, then it would be appropriate to make a substitute motion if you have one.
Okay, because I didn't want to miss the vote, Mayor, and I know, with all due respect. So I'd like to make a substitute motion just to remove number 2 in its entirety and stay with the 50% of adults of Broward County. And just a point of order, we would have to hit 293 new infections or 5%, whichever is lower. And I think both would be difficult to meet currently as we are. So I'm going to make a substitute motion that we just remove item 2 in its entirety, keep item 1 of the 50% of the vaccination.
I'll second his substitute motion.
Then let's discuss the substitute now. Yeah, okay, all right. I will be, as the, I guess, sponsor of the original motion, I'm strongly opposed to the substitute because, as I said, I believe that that will simply send the wrong message to the community that everything is open. Will be disregarding essentially every scientific measure that I have been able to see out there. So, Senator Rich, and then we'll vote.
Yeah. Steve, can you tell us how you really feel?
If you'd like to know, that was the short version. But since you asked, no.
I feel the
Don't be shy, Steve. Don't be shy.
Senator Rich.
Okay, I feel the same way he feels, Commissioner Bogan. We're going in the wrong direction. I mean, listen, because, first of all, there's been a decrease in the number of people taking vaccines. Until we build up vaccine confidence and get people to reverse that trend and go back to people, wanting, now we have the supply and we don't have the demand, which is exactly what we thought would happen here. And we need to, my attitude is we need to be the leaders. I understand people are tired of this and they're frustrated, but I think we need to set the direction. And this, as was just mentioned, COVID is not over. We happen to be in a spike now, but we just don't know what's happening with the mutations. And we saw all these indicators that are going up in the middle of a surge. I think we have done what we had to do, but it's not over. And I think we should give this new vaccination confidence campaign a chance, because until we get to herd immunity, we are not through this, and we just shouldn't be lifting everything. I think this is the original was a compromise, and I think that that's what we should be doing, is working to move those numbers down, open things up, but not all at once. And I just don't support this substitute amendment.
Thank you. Have you heard the debate? We're back. Okay, thanks. All right, I just wanted to make sure that Commissioner Ryan had heard the debate before we go. All right, so in closing then, Commissioner Fisher has a substitute motion. The purpose of the substitute motion will wipe out the original motion, which I had made. Actually, my motion, which was made by Senator Rich and seconded by Dr. Shreve. So if everybody understands what the issue is now. All those in favor of the substitute motion by, yes?
Yes. Remember somebody said that they would be seconding it? Commissioner Bogan.
Bogan seconded it.
Yeah.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, does everybody understand the vote? If everybody understands the vote, are we ready to vote? Since I don't see anybody asking any questions, all those in favor of the Fisher substitute motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Okay, I think that.
3 in favor.
Okay, show that defeated by a vote of 6-3. All those we now revert to the original motion, which was my motion made by Senator Rich, seconded by Dr. Sharif. All those in favor of the original motion?
I just have one question. I'm going to vote in favor,
Yes.
but I just want to clarify one thing.
Yes.
So if we don't vote in favor of it, then it stays more restricted.
Yes, that's correct.
If we vote in favor for it, you loosen it up a little bit.
That is correct.
I just want to make sure.
Okay, all those in
That way you
favor?
get to vote yes twice.
All those in favor of the original motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Show that adopted unanimously. I will first call on Senator Rich to discuss the issue, and if there's any other motions, let me know after Senator Rich completes her remarks. Senator Rich, again, as I've been predicting, as you've been predicting, we're going to run into a vaccine slowdown where we have more supply than we do demand. I think that's occurred now. Can you comment on this, please?
Yeah, this is the reason why this initiative is being started. On Wednesday at 12:45 p.m., the Health Foundation of Florida is taking the lead. They're putting in a lot of funding and a lot of resources. We will all together publicly launch the I Did It COVID-19 multilingual vaccination education campaign. It is a large-scale campaign targeting minority and underserved populations, vaccine-hesitant communities in Broward and Miami-Dade County. It is a joint effort because we have much of the same media markets. We'll be having billboards and social media and radio and TV, newspaper, everything you could think of. Our Office of Public Communications is incredibly involved with this. You saw the PSA last week. They're working on lots of others. The I Did It campaign is it's the whole idea of wanting to get life back to normal, get vaccinated, and this kickoff is, as I mentioned, kind of a small event. Florida Memorial University just had become a vaccination site, and it's also a historically black college, so we felt that was a really good place. So that's where it's going to be. And if you have any questions, I think it's going to be an amazing campaign. You have the Children's Services Council, you have Memorial Health Systems, you have multiple other hospital systems involved in it. Our League of Cities is involved in it. Tracy Kalari, who's the president, she's been to several of the meetings over the last month. And I'm so excited about that because we're different than Dade County that way because of having 31 municipalities. They don't have that. So we've really tried to involve, every aspect, whether it's business. Lorene Chant, who's the new CEO of the Health Foundation, she's been making the rounds throughout our business organizations, educational governmental entities, and we're just involving everyone possible. It's going to be a really just a major education campaign, and it's just in the nick of time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Senator Rich. And I just want to follow up on briefly what you said on one item, which is Tracy Colari. On the mayor's calls that I've been having, I've been emphasizing that we must include our municipal officials. Yep. We each represent somewhere between 220 and 240,000 people. I don't think any of us knows everybody in our district. Well, maybe Ryan, but for the rest of us, it's just impossible. But if you're a city commissioner and you represent 5 or 7 or 10,000 people, you can know most of them, or at least a substantial number. So it's really important that we do get our municipal partners involved.
And I just want to mention the website is ididitsfl, ididitsfl.gov, and it I'm sorry, .com, excuse me, .com. And if you go on there, it is amazing. It's showing all the real people in our communities. We had fabulous. We had up here in Broward. We had a bus driver and a grandmother and a firefighter, and they're talking about why they got, how do they feel after they get the vaccine, and they talk about continuing to drive his bus and going to be able to see her grandchild. And then we have the trusted figures also, people like we used in the census. So we're trying to hit all bases. But if you go on the website, it's so thorough, and and the toolkit is on there. You can click everything and have all the answers to the questions that people ask about the vaccinations or the misinformation out there, and get the correct information. So it's just been an overall incredible effort between organizations in both counties. So I think it's going to really be very effective, and as I said, just in time.
Senator Rich, Commissioner Bogan, followed by Commissioner Ryan.
No, I just wanted to say, with every campaign, Commissioner Rich, you need a good spokesperson. I'll volunteer to be that TV spokesperson whenever you want. They do that. Just let me know. I'm here. I'm ready for it.
I don't know. You'll have to wrest it away from Mayor Geller.
Commissioner Ryan, you're recognized, sir.
I agree with Commissioner Bogan's suggestion, as long as he wears a lot of makeup. In the advertising campaign, I know that you're speaking of persons who get vaccinated really are showing a sense of duty and that they are looking out for the community, as opposed to those who don't get vaccinated and talk about their rights and their liberty rights and the rest of that. But if you could somehow weave into the message the fact that this little bump in the road that we had with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, that does not affect the vaccines that people are receiving. That obviously, was discontinued, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, until they totally get it right. And also perhaps some kind of a message that really it's being patriotic to get your vaccine. And, because so many of these people that claim their liberty rights are missing the big picture. And in fact, they're the ones that are being unpatriotic. So if there's some way to put that into the message, I think that hopefully that will, convince some people that are kind of on the fence with getting their vaccine.
I would just respond. I just would urge you to go on this website, and you will see that, so many of these issues, practically we've used the CDC. Paula Thacke has been involved 100%, and Nina Levine, who's her new public information officer. So we have all the most up-to-date information and answers to the questions. It's a very hopeful campaign. It's not like threatening people or saying, you have to get this or this and this is going to happen. It's really trying to reduce the skepticism that people feel. And that you'll see when you go on, you just look at these people and it's just fun. So I think we've kind of addressed that, but hopefully that will be right.
Thank you. And let me just close on this and say two things. Number one, as I've said repeatedly, we need to, in addition to everybody else, we need to involve our safe community-based leaders, and we need to involve, everybody. We need to make sure, as we're basically micro-targeting, it's not enough to say we're going to target the black community. We need to target the Caribbean English-speaking community, Caribbean French-speaking community, the African-American community. We can't target the Hispanics and treat Puerto Rican voters like Cuban voters. We have to target, micro-target with the trusted leaders in each small community to get everybody out. And again, that's one of the reasons I'm hoping to get the elected officials. The last thing I want to say is, Vice Mayor, I'm wearing my mask, and I apologize for forgetting it when I went up. I've been vaccinated, double vaccinated. Said I wear this just as a symbol. I wear it to show other people that it's important to wear masks, because when you don't wear your mask, in public, all the recommendations are, because otherwise you're not going to know in a crowd who of the people that is not wearing a mask has been vaccinated and who hasn't been. So I just do this, trying to set an example and hope other people will. I believe, unless I see any other motions, I believe we have concluded item number 42. Seeing no other motions, we're now on item number 43. Commissioner Holness, you recognize, sir.
Thank you very much. This is an item that we deferred from our last meeting. I'll start, and I know there are people hopefully still online to speak on this issue, but I'll start with a email that I received, and the story of an elderly immigrant Haitian woman who was in line to get the vaccination. She presented a passport to get the vaccination. Someone behind her tried to help when she was told that she can't use that as identification to get vaccinated. Police officer told that person that they do not accept any identification other than a Florida ID. She was turned away. This will help us. This item will help us to ensure that all the people in Broward County that needs to be vaccinated are vaccinated. They are our residents. They can help us prevent the spread of this disease if we are able to get them vaccinated. So it's an issue that we must really pay attention to. And I won't take too much longer. I'll come back once the people online have spoken, because we've had them waiting for 2 weeks now. If we can go to the people online.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
AT&T operator, I believe we have 20, hold on, which item number is this?
7 speakers.
I'm sorry?
7, number
7
40.
speakers. This is
Number
on
43.
item number 43. Okay, if AT&T operator is Andrea Montalvan McKillop on the line.
Yes, you've been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Andrea Montalvan McKillop. Thank you for taking the time to discuss this important topic. I am the supervising attorney of the immigration team at Legal Aid Service of Broward County. Executive Director Tony Carrot could not be here today, but he sends his greetings, his thanks for your tremendous support of legal aid over the years, and he wished me to express his support for the community ID proposal. Although I run the immigration unit at Legal Aid, I'm not here just because of my non-citizen clients. At Legal Aid, we serve many of the communities and populations that could benefit from a community ID program, including the homeless, the elderly, victims of domestic violence and other crimes, and children in foster care, just to name a few. And as an example of how this ID program could benefit some of our clients, I would repeat a story told to me by Myrtella Burris, who is the supervisor of our homeless unit. She told me about a homeless client of hers who was accepted to apply to the permanent supportive housing program that was on your agenda earlier today. But her application was recently declined in part because she did not have identification. So again, this issue does not only touch our immigrant clients, but touches a large swath of our community. I would just like to briefly address any or some of the potential concerns by pointing out some of the safeguards built into this program. Any staff hired and any volunteers recruited to this program would have training on document identification and on the limits of the program.
Time has expired.
And
How long? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me one moment. Drew, how many minutes do they get, 2 or 3?
This would be 2 because I think there were 7 speakers,
Yes.
but
Okay. Ma'am, I'll give you, because we weren't clear whether it was 2 or 3, I'll give you another 20 or 30 seconds to wrap up. All future speakers, it's 2 minutes. Are you still on the line?
Great.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm still here. There's a mandatory orientation program before an applicant can get an ID card that would explain the limits of the card. And you know, there's other items that would, you know, other security features present within the program to protect against tampering. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere, though. Sorry, having an Atkins bark. I have some questions. There may be some other commission questions that I think an attorney would be helpful to answer. Are you familiar with Section 87718 of the Florida statutes pertaining to non-governmental ID cards?
Was that question to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Yes, I am.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Number 1, will the people under this program meet the Section A dealing with that they would need to obtain from the applicant and retain for a period of 3 years the authenticated or certified proof of age, as in birth record, certificate of baptism, other transcript, the entire list of items listed? Will they do that?
Yes. So the program would follow the statute and be in compliance with the statute. It requires proof of age and then an affidavit on age about the document that's being authenticated. And yes, if legal aid was to host the program, we would maintain those documents for the 3 years required by statute.
Okay, and secondly, I'm going to ask County Attorney a question, and then I'd like you to respond as well. County Attorney, it's my understanding from a document that you've provided us that those documents must be made available without warrant to inspection by any law enforcement officer that requests them. Is that accurate?
yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's what that.
Okay, well, ma'am, my question, my concern is, and maybe you can assuage this, is I know that also in our package is something that Governor Ron DeSantis is demanding enforcement of federal immigration law, and is talking about that the governor a couple weeks ago, earlier in April, sent a letter to the FDC Secretary Mark Inch directing him to work with FDLE to cross-check on a weekly basis any released criminal aliens, work with the Florida Sheriff to facilitate use of the National Law Enforcement Notification System, etc. A concern that I have is most U.S. citizens have ways of obtaining, if they have these records, have ways of obtaining ID cards. I am concerned that this ID card would be used primarily by non-citizens, and I'm highly concerned that if we do this and non-citizens sign up for this, that, or people without legal residence in the United States, I am highly concerned that I think none of us want that law enforcement will simply come in and will have the addresses and know where to locate people that they can go round up. County Attorney, I see you wanted to comment on that.
Yes, Mayor, and it's actually a clarification. We looked into it a little more as a result of a comment during Senator Rich's briefing. So the documents that are required to be collected in order to issue this ID do not necessarily have to have address information in there. So if they don't have address information, that's not a concern. But if whoever is administering this program happens to collect documentation that has address information, our concern is that either that would be part and parcel of one of these mandated documents, in which event they'd have to be turned over without a warrant, or that theoretically that could result in some sort of a probable cause determination, and somebody could get a warrant issued to seek other information that had been submitted. So now those things could be safeguarded, we believe, by the vendor, by the entity administering the program, but it is a concern that we did point out to everyone during briefing.
Well, legal aid attorney, because I think that this commission has been very clear unanimously, we do not support roundups of undocumented aliens. I would just like your opinion, which could ease my concerns as to whether or not, if this is adopted, we are setting up undocumented aliens who go and get these cards to be arrested and deported.
Thank you. I'd be happy to answer that question, and I appreciate the concern. There was a similar concern in West Palm Beach when they now have a community ID program running there. First of all, the documents that are required, as County Attorney mentioned, are for age. They don't have addresses on them. They really are just to confirm the person's age and really wouldn't have much more than what is on the ID card itself. So again, that would not be a concern. The way this program operates is to ensure, the safety and security of the applicants. So, for example, when identification drives are done, they're done in safe places that ICE has agreed not to enter, such as churches. And in the two jurisdictions that already have these community ID programs running, which is in Alachua County and then in West Palm Beach, there hasn't been any issue with any sort of roundups. It just honestly, it wouldn't be worthwhile to ICE because, they're not going to have the information that they would need to round people up. We have a very good relationship with BSO, and the sheriff is supportive of this program. So that is real, we're lucky that is not a big concern in Broward County.
Okay, ma'am, my last question, I think, is I'm looking at the backup material, and under the sample community ID of the Palm Beaches identification card, it has an ID number, a picture, a date of birth, and an address. You just said that the address would not be on there. I'm not sure how effective it's page 16 of 20. I'm not sure how effective the ID would be without the address if it's just showing proof of age is all that it shows, but again, the sample Palm Beach card that we have that Commissioner Furr furnished us with shows an address. And I'll give you one more shot at answering that. Then Commissioner Holness, I'll ask if you can address this concern in your remarks, because I like a lot of what you're doing. I just want to make sure we're not setting a trap for people to be deported, which I know you are not supportive of. So, ma'am, I'll give you one last opportunity to speak unless anybody has any other questions for you, and then we'll revert to the other speakers.
So the ID itself has an address on it, right? So if they're presenting that ID to a law enforcement, they're going to have the address. But what I was addressing was the backup material that the host organization would be maintaining, and the question about whether law enforcement could come into the host organization and ask for a list of addresses. We would not maintain that information. And West Palm Beach and Alachua County, they don't maintain that information. They get rid of it after a short period of time. I think Alachua gets rid of it after 2 weeks. Or no, I'm sorry. Palm Beach gets rid of it after 2 weeks. Alachua gets rid of it after 90 days. So that information would not be maintained. What would be maintained is what's required by Florida statute, which is the proof of age documentation.
Thank you. County Attorney, do you agree?
Yes, I think that's correct. So unless they were hit with something during that short period of time, but yes, I think it can be dealt with through those procedures.
Good. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Are there any other questions for this speaker? If not, the next speaker is Mary Jill Hansen. I'm sorry. Wait. I apologize, Ms. Hansen. I'm sorry, Commissioner Holness.
You'd asked me a question on the issue, so let me just let you know this, that it's not just Palm Beach that has had this. There are other cities and counties across the country. South Carolina, Aiken in South Carolina, Cincinnati in Ohio, Greensboro in North Carolina, Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, Mercer in New Jersey, Ames in Iowa, Virginia, Charlottesville in Virginia, Hood River in Oregon, and you heard West Palm Beach and Gainesville also here in Florida in Alachua County. The sheriff sent a letter over that you should have in your backup that says, I'm writing today to express support for a community ID program for Broward County. Today, Broward County has thousands of residents who lack identification for a variety of reasons, whether homeless, undocumented, formerly incarcerated, or elderly. These and other bureaucratically challenged residents do not have access to many basic and vital services. A community ID would provide cardholders with a reliable form of identification that can be used as a tool by law enforcement, county departments, healthcare centers, schools, businesses, cultural. In short, he supports us having this. So I don't think that our sheriff, who's a #1 law enforcement agent in Broward County, will be out knocking in doors and finding people to deport.
Additional questions? If not, our next speaker, Mary Jill Hansen, are you on the line? Mary Jill Hansen, are you on the line?
Mary is on the line. You've been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Ms. Hansen, you're recognized, ma'am.
I'm on the line. My name is Mary Jill Hansen.
You have 2 minutes.
I'm a resident of Palm Beach County, Florida, and I've been working here on the community ID for about 5 years. And I just wanted to say that when we initially introduced the community ID in the city of West Palm Beach in 2019, it was successful beyond measure. We did not realize how useful residents of our county would find it. The first community ID drive that we had, we didn't even advertise it widely, and more than 1,000 people showed up to get an ID. And in a year's time that the program was funded, more than 3,000 people got IDs. That's all I wanted to say, and I certainly encourage and hope that Broward County will adopt this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your being here. Paul R. Chavez. Mr. Chavez, are you on the line? Mr. Chavez, are you on the line?
Mr. Chavez, Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm on the line. Good
You're
afternoon,
recognized, sir. You
Commissioners.
have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. My name is Paul Chavez. I'm a senior supervising attorney with the Southern Poverty Law Center. I work in SPLC's Immigrant Justice Program, and I work out of our Miami office. I call in to speak in favor of the resolution. I could say that throughout my legal career, I've had the opportunity to both work on and evaluate several community and municipal ID efforts. Way back when I was a law student, around 2003, 2004, I was part of a student group that was in touch with our then counterparts at Yale Law School who were working with a coalition on the Elm Street resident card. That was the very first such card in the nation. It was eventually adopted, and the first cards were issued in 2007. Around that time, 2007, 2008, I was part of a coalition that worked on community ID cards for San Francisco and Oakland, both of which eventually passed just a few years later. Then later in my career, I was appointed the executive director of a large legal service nonprofit. And in that position, we were asked to support and endorse several local ID efforts. So in that role, I vetted several ID programs to make certain that they truly were in the best interest of the community. And of course, very similar issues, concerns arise with each such effort. One that was just addressed earlier. The most important of which, and the most common, are state and federal law compliance, data security, privacy concerns, fraud protection. Having vetted these concerns for this community ID, I can confidently say that we have no such concerns. SPLC would not support this community ID had we not vetted these very same issues. We just heard from Legal Aid about how they'll comply with the Florida statute governing age verification and document retention. And I think later on we'll hear from Faith Action, who'll go into some detail about data security and ensuring against fraud and misuse.
Okay, Sarah, I'll give you 5 or 10 seconds to wrap up.
Great. So I could say in evaluating community ID cards over the past decade and a half, not only have we vetted these concerns on these issues, including access for undocumented immigrants, but I've also had the opportunity to look back and evaluate their effectiveness and overall value to the community. Without exception, these cards have proven to be of great value to the community, and I have no doubt that the same will be true here. So I give my full endorsement and urge the Commission to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions? If not, next speaker is Thomas. That's the only name I have. Is there a Thomas from United We Dream on the line? Thomas.
Yeah, Mayor. Hi, my name is...
You're
yeah,
recognized, sir, for 2 minutes.
Great, thanks so much. My name is Thomas Kennedy. I'm the National Campaign Manager for Human Rights and Civil Rights National Organization. I just want to speak in favor of the item for several points. First, community IDs are going to help those who are most vulnerable because, you know, if you're low income, if you're elderly, victim of domestic violence, children in foster care, returning citizens, the homeless, immigrants, it is hard to access identification. And that means that, for example, when there are natural disasters or hurricanes, you can't access shelters, funds, other community supplies or resources. These IDs are going to help with the fight against COVID-19. There are restrictions right now that require proof of state residency, and these IDs will ensure that everyone can prove that they live within the municipality, within the state of Florida, and can access the vaccination that we need to get through this public health crisis. This is a local initiative. It's not a real ID. It does not give driving privileges or air travel privileges. It's just for municipal purposes. It has widespread support from the local community. You've heard from Legal Aid, SPLC, the OIC of South Florida, Urban League, the Pride Center, so many organizations, and also the support of the Broward Sheriff in Miami-Dade, where we're helping with a similar initiative. We have support from the Miami-Dade Police Chief. School Board Chair Osgood has written a letter of support. The City of Tamarack passed a unanimous resolution of support. We have Commissioner Davis in Miramar, Commissioner Maxwell Williams in Lauderdale Lakes that have written letters of support. So there is strong support for this, common sense item that will allow for every resident to have identification. And lastly, this was referenced earlier, this has been successful in so many other places, right? In cities in North and South Carolina, in Alachua County, and Palm Beach in Florida, in Virginia, Iowa, Ohio, and Oregon. There have been over 20,000 of these IDs in 6 states and over 100 different cities.
Okay, sir, you need to wrap
so let's
up.
get it done here in Broward County. Sure. I just want to ask all of you to please support this item, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Another single name person, Veronica. Veronica apparently at floridalegal.org.
Yes.
You're recognized, ma'am. You
Yes,
have 2
good
minutes.
afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Veronica Robledo. I'm an immigrant rights paralegal at Florida Legal Services, a statewide legal organization. I am based out of Gainesville, Florida, and have been involved in the ID program up here that has been referenced from the other speakers for the past 3 years. We were able to get a resolution similar to the one in front of you today passed for the city of Gainesville and also the Alachua County. It is currently recognized by the city, the county, the Gainesville Police Department, and all of the entities involved agree that it is beneficial to the community to be able to identify individuals as members of the community and have valid identification. I did want to specifically address the statute involving non-governmental entities because we did come up on that hurdle as well. I'd like to report that we comply with the statute, and that was one of the concerns our local law enforcement brought up to make sure that we were going to be complying with that statute, which we do. The concerns of putting people at risk and making them vulnerable to ICE action, I would say that I agree with the first attorney that mentioned that the proof of age documents are the ones that are kept for 3 years and oftentimes do not have an address on those documents. And in addition to that, I'll say that there is current federal guidance in regards to the governor's backup materials that very specifically guides ICE to have a specific prioritization with their enforcement efforts. This is a change from the previous administration where everyone was a priority.
Okay, ma'am, you
So
need to begin
local
to
law
wrap up
enforcement
your
has found-
remarks. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And so it is hopeful to me to hear that the Broward County Sheriff is in support of this initiative. And if he's following the national guidance, there should be no reason to, inquire about these records. So I fully support the resolution and the ID, and I'm excited to see the program expand to other parts of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions? If not, David Fracaro. David Fracaro, are you on the line? David Fracaro.
David Fracaro.
Is David Fracaro on the line?
You good, Mr. David? Please press.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay, you're recognized, sir. You have 2
Reverend
minutes.
Thank you. My name is Reverend David Fracaro, Executive Director of Faith Action International House in Greensboro, North Carolina. 8 years ago, we began a community ID card program for any resident who may not currently have access to government-issued forms of ID. Need was great with the newcomer communities, the homeless, those returning from jail, and many others. The card restored a sense of both access and belonging to be used to check in at health appointments, show law enforcement with confidence, and to register the child for school. And it also led to a measurably safer, healthier, more inclusive and united community for all. Law enforcement reported much greater cooperation in reporting and resolving crimes. Health centers began reaching populations they had previously had trouble connecting with, and dozens of businesses got behind the effort, offering unique discounts at the Children's Museum and Community Theater to those who had a card. 8 years and 30,000 cards later, we can truly call this a win-win for the entire community. It's important to note that over this time, less than 0.1% of cards were ever found to be fraudulent due to a thoughtful and thorough document check process. soon other cities began contacting us, asking if we could provide consultation and training to expand the ID drive and dialogue miles to their communities, and you've heard many of those communities named. A few years ago, we also helped groups in Gainesville and the Palm Beaches begin successful programs there, and have been very impressed with the determination and professionalism of the group working on this effort in Broward County, and hope to be able to work with and train them soon to launch a program in your community. Last thing I'll say is an ID is just a piece of plastic. Until a human being gives it a face, name, and a story, and a community, you all give it value and meaning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? If not, next speaker, last speaker, Josie Bacallo, or Bacallo. Okay. Josie, are you on the line?
Unmuted, please.
Oh,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
She's listed for questions only. Did you wish to speak?
Yes, you want to speak.
Yes, please.
You're recognized, ma'am. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor Udine, and county commissioners and county administration. Most of us take for granted the ability to prove that we are who we claim to be. And that is something precious because we have something unique, which is a photo ID. The individuals who would be receiving this community ID, should you approve this today, are individuals who want to be identified. The resolution that you would approve would set the standards for issuing the IDs following Florida statute, and would allow these individuals to identify themselves to law enforcement, receive urgent services from schools, health centers, city departments, social service agencies, and to participate in both the cultural and business part of our lives. One of the most compelling reasons for us, Hispanic Unity of Florida, to be supporting this effort is that this would also provide a crucial piece of documentation for individuals eager and anxious to receive vaccines. I know how much work Senator Rich has put into, and many of you have put into, opening up Broward County, yet a very large swath of our population is unable to become vaccinated because they cannot prove they are residents of Florida. This would address that major block. And that is why my organization, along with Legal Aid Service of Broward County, Partnership for the Homeless, OIC, Urban League, Southern Poverty Law Center, ADRC, and the Pride Center all are very enthusiastic supporters of the ID, and we ask you to support it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions? Is the question for Ms. Bacallo?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Bogan, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, hi, I have a quick question. So with respect to those people who can't get vaccines because they don't have an ID, if the state is running the program, will the state recognize this ID as a valid ID? And if so, how do you know?
The state will recognize documents that show the individual's address. They're even accepting things like bills, government letters, and I cannot tell you, Commissioner Bogan, that I'm 100% certain they would, but if they show up with an ID that has their photo, that has their address and the date of birth, they should be accepted. Okay. I also do know that the health department will not turn anyone away.
So I want to just make sure you're representing the people that can't get vaccines because they don't have proper IDs. So you're saying that all they have to do is show a bill and they'll get a vaccine. Even without this ID, all they show is a local bill, correct?
Which for many, Commissioner, is a struggle in itself.
So how would the issuing company that issues this ID know that this person lives at that address or lives anywhere if they don't even have a bill?
We would have other documentation, and I would want either Paul or Andrea to go into the kind of documentation, which is quite extensive, that would be required before this ID can be issued.
Okay, so on one hand, so documentation is required to get the ID, but then this documentation, you say, will be accepted to get vaccines. It just sounds kind of contradictory. I'm going to focus solely on vaccines. Can people get?
Commissioner, yes.
Let me finish my question. Can people with any documentation get a vaccine? Does anybody know that answer? If you show any documentation with local presence, can you get a vaccine? You're saying nobody's turned away. So I'm hearing different things. Either you need an ID or you don't need an ID. Either a bill will suffice or it won't suffice, or they won't turn anybody away or they will turn anybody away. I'm just trying to get a straight answer.
The straight answer is that if you go to any commercial place for an ID, or you go to any state-run location for a vaccination, you need to show Florida residency.
Okay.
Commissioner Bogan, did that answer your question?
And to get this ID that Commissioner Holness is proposing here on the agenda, do you have to show anything to get that ID?
Yes, you do. And I would like the attorneys on the phone to be able to answer that. There are some substitute documentation that can be shown, such as affidavits showing residency, that those documents would not be acceptable to a vaccination site.
Okay, Commissioner Bogan, the current speaker has recommended that some of the attorneys answer. Would you like me to recall one of them?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm not off on a rocker here. On one hand, it's important people be able to
on this particular
right, on this issue. It's important people be able to get vaccines. So if this ID will give people vaccines, great. But what I'm understanding is that to get this ID, you need to show documentation. But if you could show documentation to get ID, you could get vaccine anyway. I'm confused. And then they say they won't turn away anybody, but now they will turn away if you don't have certain documents.
Okay, I'll get to you in a moment, sir. Let me recall, if I can, either Mr. Chavez from the Southern Poverty Law Center or Ms. McKillop from Legal Aid. Can either of you answer the questions that have been raised by Commissioner Bogan? Operator, are either of them on the line? And if either of them can answer the questions that Commissioner Bogan has raised, please recognize them.
This is Andrea Montemon from Legal Aid.
Okay, Andrea, can you please, do you have the answer to Commissioner Bogan's question?
I believe so.
You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you. So in order to get the community ID, there's 3 types of documents that would need to be provided, okay? So there's the proof of age that we already discussed that's required by Florida statute, okay? There's the proof of identification, and there's the proof of address. Now, there are many different ways to prove these things. And part of what the host organization would do is figure out, you know, what are the different ways to prove these things and try to keep it as broad as possible. I know that, for example, in Alachua County, the various forms of proof of address that they accept are broader than what has been spoken about as being accepted for purposes of getting the vaccine. So, and, you know, it would just make it easier because you have an identification that proves the person's identity and has the address on there at the same time. I don't know if that, and as far as what the state accepts for purposes of the vaccine, I'm not sure that I can comment as to that.
Okay.
I'd like to maybe quickly address that.
All right, sir, I'll give you a couple minutes to quickly address it, and then Commissioner Bogan, I believe, is ready to move on, although I know Commissioner Holness and Commissioner Rich also want to speak. You're recognized. I'm sorry, this is Mr. Chavez?
Yes, this is Paul Chavez.
Yes, you're recognized, sir. Again, you're recognized specifically to answer Commissioner Bogan's questions.
Got it. I think it's important to point out that with the utility bill, only one person's name appears on that. As everybody knows, more than one person often lives within a single household. And so it's those people that aren't going to be able to show a utility bill. What we've seen throughout the state is what is accepted and what isn't varies quite a bit. Hopefully that's something that we'll see fixed at the state level. But more often than not, these places are requiring some sort of ID. It's a critical vaccine equity issue. We see farm workers who often live in a single house, and they might not even get the utility bill, have a difficult time illustrating that residency. They do, however, have plenty of documentation to show that they're living in a certain area and that they have date of birth documentations for the age verification part of the Florida statute. So to my mind, it's not that's not really much of a concern, and these IDs aren't made superfluous by the ability to sometimes, in some places, or maybe at some point in the future, to be able to show your name on a utility bill.
Mr. Chavez, I have a follow-up question to you, just reference to what Commissioner Bogan was saying. So I understand how you provide the proof of age. It says so in the statute. My question, you said, is it had proof of age, proof of address, and what was the third item?
Identification. ID.
Okay, an ID. What documents would be required to prove, in order to get this card, would be required to prove either address or that is actually the person that they claim to be, as opposed to somebody saying, you know, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die. Okay, that's if you haven't watched, what movie was that? Princess Bride, thank you. My name is Inigo Montoya. But I mean, how does one establish that they are in fact the person that they're claiming to be, and how do they establish their address? I know you said certain documents would be required. What are they other than the affidavit? And how do they do an affidavit without a proof of ID? Because I think under Florida law, you're required to have that ID to do an affidavit. Mr. Chavez, can you answer?
Sure, and I think that yes. So the list of documents that Andrea was going through earlier, I think is the best resource. I think we could probably even send the list of documents. Oftentimes, and I know this is the way it's worked with Faith Action in other parts of the country, including North Carolina, that was mentioned earlier. It works similar to DMV, where there's an A list, a B list. Maybe there's one or two documents that you can pull from the A list and or 3 documents from the B list. I don't have each of those documents at the tip of my fingers. Andrea might, if she could jump back in. But it might include a consular card. It might include a passport. It might include other, if you're an H-2BA worker, for example, and you have a contract showing that you're working within the state. All those different types of IDs that might not be enough to get a state ID, might be enough to get a community ID. And of course, they're used for different purposes.
Okay.
And the fraud issue, I think gentleman from Faith Action spoke earlier, that the instances of fraud are so much less than instances of fraud for state IDs. It just really doesn't happen. And it hasn't happened across the country with these community IDs. I don't see any reason why that would not be the case here.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, just to let you know, what I did learn that to get a vaccine, the Department of Health will accept even a letter from the landlord. Hey, this person lives here. As simple as that. So I don't want to use the excuse of vaccines for an ID. I want to get down and dirty with the real need, you know. But vaccines, the Department of Health will accept even a letter from someone's landlord that they live there.
Thank you, Commissioner Bogan. We have now completed our speakers. I saw Commissioner Holness and Senator Rich. Okay, Senator Rich first.
Yeah.
Senator Rich, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then I'll put Commissioner Bogan on the list.
I just wanted to react to what Commissioner Bogan was talking about. It isn't just about vaccines, and I just want to make that clear. So, and it says right in the background work and in the whereases and everything else, that it's used as a tool by law enforcement, health centers, schools, nonprofits, businesses, cultural arts, and other entities to better identify, serve, and protect community members. So it's a broad range. It's not just vaccines. And it is true that you can, I had an incident the other day that I called down to the Department of Health about someone who wanted to know how to get a vaccine, who had been here for several months living with somebody and, you know, was afraid that they don't show residency, whatever. And it said that you could have a letter from the person that that you've been living there for 3 months, and they accept that. So, you know, it isn't just about vaccines.
Right.
It makes it more, it's easier, but it's just, it is all these other issues, I think, which haven't been mentioned by, some of the speakers, but I know that they recognize them. I know Josie Bacalao, as head of Hispanic Unity, deals with this all the time, way beyond just vaccines. I mean, so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Holness, got you. You're next, Commissioner. Oh, so you just want to close? Okay, gotcha.
So,
Commissioner Bogan, you're recognized, sir.
So, Commissioner Rich, what I'm concerned about is, I believe as an elected official, we all have the responsibility of protecting our public funds. So on one hand, we want to help people. I love what Commissioner Holness wants to help people. We all want to help people. But how do we protect fraud? Because my understanding is that this card can access money in the form of government services. This card, I asked, and I'll direct the question to our Deputy County Administrator. A person, based on this motion, the motion is to, what number, we're number 43. Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners affirming acceptance of this card for Broward County. So if we accept it, I ask our Deputy County Administrator, can somebody then access services, which equates to money, with that card?
If we are directed as a policy that the board sets to accept this as an ID, then yes, that would be an eligible ID that we would use to have access to county services.
Okay, and what kind of services? Let's just real quickly. That involves value for taxpayer money.
Any of our human services, services such as assistance for rent assistance, any of our permanent supportive housing initiatives. But just to clarify, that permanent supportive housing initiative, we go to great lengths to help individuals receive the documentation that they need to go through that. So it wouldn't necessarily just have to be this ID, but they would be able to access any of our services.
So I move here. I've lived here for one day. I need to get rent money. I get a landlord to write a letter. Mark Bogan lives here, and then I go get my ID. Now I could start accessing, with this card, I could start requesting money from the county for rent money. I could start getting services, and that's a concern of, how do we protect, and maybe Commissioner Holness, who you know a lot more than I do about this, because I don't. I'd like to know what protections are in there for fraud and for people coming down here to get that ID, which can get very easily, and then they start using our government services. So I'd ask Commissioner Holness to educate me on that.
Yeah, he'll close. Is there additional debate? Is there additional debate? If not, I would like to engage in a colloquy with the county attorney. County attorney, just to, I'm aware that the governor is currently forcefully involved in immigration issues, and I will have a series of questions for you just to verify that this is not being done primarily for people that are here without proper legal status. So, County Attorney, is it your understanding that even people born in this country that are old or minority currently may have problems obtaining official government ID cards?
Yes, sir. I believe the use of this is far broader than for individuals who might have issues with documentation, and that some but not all of the communities that might avail themselves of this form of ID are listed in the revised resolutions whereas clauses.
And further, and so that we can clarify this if ever asked, so it is your opinion that, in fact, this is not even primarily for people that are here without legal documentation, but rather this is primarily to make it easier for people that are American citizens to obtain that ID.
I don't, Senator, I don't know, Mayor Geller, I don't know how it will ultimately be used, but I know that what's driving this is a variety of communities, and it is not driven by individuals who do not have documentation and therefore are ineligible for a state-issued ID. It has uses far beyond that among populations that could otherwise obtain a valid state ID.
Okay, please have this colloquy transcribed, so if the governor's office inquires why we're doing this, it's clear that we're doing this to help American citizens primarily, and we are not poking the governor in the eye right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Senator Rich.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to, I just keep reading this to try, because I thought I had seen something about the money issue, but there's another one here, section 2, that says that these cards will be of assistance to homeless individuals, persons re-entering the community after incarceration, and those who do not have a driver's license, and is a benefit to the general welfare of the county. There's just so many times when people can't get documentation and can't get an ID of any kind, and this is what this is about. It's not about, you know, getting people from out of the country and all of that. It's people who live here.
Okay. County Attorney, please add Senator Rich's comments to the colloquy that I've asked be transcribed.
Yes, sir.
And my question is to Commissioner Rich would be, how do you stop the fraud? That's all I want to know, because it could be rampant fraud. I agree, there's a need. How do you stop the fraud? I don't think you can move forward with this. It's a need. How do you move forward until you know how to stop the fraud that is going to occur?
Okay, Commissioner Bogan, was that a question you wanted an answer to, or was that rhetorical? Okay, in that case, Commissioner Furr.
Just on that same point, usually if you're, let's say you're applying for food stamps, something like that, there is a whole list of other things that require eligibility. It can't just be, oh, I got a card, give me some food stamps. Doesn't work that way. You've got to go through all kind of.
Federal, this county, I got a card. She says you can get services, the money, apply for money, for rent, you can apply for everything with that card for the county.
If I can clarify for a moment, you can certainly use it.
Okay, Ms. Farrow, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. You can certainly use it as an identification. That in and of itself does not give you access to all of the services. You could use that as a verification of who you are, where you live, and all of that. But you'd have to have certain eligibility requirements for different programs that we have, just to clarify.
You could get a library card.
But Beam, I was just saying, to be a Broward, before you can access any services, anything in Broward County, you have to have a Broward County ID, okay? Or show you live in Broward County, or show you have a residence in Broward County. Someone that could just come here for fraud, at least that opens the door, they can get that card. I just want to know what stops the fraud, then I'm happy.
The other thing that my understanding is, they have had 2 cases of fraud on this in the United States with all the community IDs.
20,000 issued. And
yeah, out of 20,000, they had
There's a
2
greater
cases.
prevalence of fraud in getting a driver's license in Florida than getting this.
Yeah, so it really hasn't been a big issue on it, but you know.
Okay. All right. Once I call on Commissioner Holness to close, I am not recognizing anyone else, so last chance for debate. In that case, Commissioner Holness, you're recognized to close, after which we'll be voting.
Thank you very much. There hasn't been rampant fraud in Aiken, in South Carolina, in Cincinnati, Ohio, Greensburg, North Carolina, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Mercer County, New Jersey, Ames, Iowa, Charlottesville, Virginia, Hood River, Oregon, West Palm Beach, Gainesville, Alachua County. There's no signs of any rampant fraud. To get access to supportive service in Broward County, You can't move here one day and next day go get anything. What kind of ridiculous thing is that?
Library card.
And that's a good thing, to get a library card. But it makes no sense that we're going to be finding a boogeyman here that doesn't exist. So the county attorney's office sent us a memorandum that gives you some of the identification. There was questions as to what can be utilized. An authenticated certified copy of proof of age, birth certificate, a certificate of baptism or other religious record showing the date and birthplace of the person, accompanied by an affidavit of the parent of the baptized individual, a life insurance policy in force for at least 2 years, a passport or certificate of arrival in the United States, a transcript of record of age in a school record, or at least 4 years prior to the application, an affidavit of age by the applicant's parent, and a certificate of age signed by a public health officer or a public school physician. A notarized affidavit from the applicants attesting to the applicant's age and accuracy of the documentation provided under A. So you'll have to have that also. And the IDs that can be utilized, other identification here is numerous for us to look at. So the idea that this is going to be something fraudulent is it doesn't play here. Let me just close by telling you, finishing reading a portion of the sheriff's letter to us. A community ID may also assist in building better relations with the impacted residents. We anticipate that individuals with community IDs will be more willing to come forward to report crimes, participate in community activities, and access vital health services such as COVID-19 testing and vaccination. Community ID programs have improved public safety in multiple jurisdictions in Florida and across the nation, and he did reach out to some of these jurisdictions to get verification that this thing works. We at BSO believe a community ID program will do the same in Broward County. This is something in the best interest of the public in numerous ways. And some of them already being spoken of here today by some of us here on this dais, and others who called in to lend their support. You're talking about some of the most reputable community organization in Broward County standing behind this program. This is not some flim-flam thing. It's real, and it's going to help us build a better, more prosperous Broward County for all our people.
Commissioner Bogan, I said that I was going to make Commissioner Holness the last speaker. If you have something urgent, I'll take it.
I do. He didn't just talk about the IDs, but he's ridiculing my comments. So I want to make sure that Commissioner Holness understands that South Florida is the headquarters of scams and fraud. I never said this program was a scam or a fraud. I just said we need to make sure we're protecting ourselves from fraud. So Commissioner Holness, maybe you need to educate yourself that South Florida is the headquarters
Bogan,
of fraud in this country. And I never criticized this program as being a fraud, but I just want to protect our residents and our citizens of what we could do to protect from fraud.
Thank you. All those in favor of...
We didn't have a motion here. I move this item.
I'm sorry, I thought we had. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Rich. I think we had, but I could be wrong. So now in order to vote, all those in favor of item number 43, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Opposed? Show that adopted unanimously. I believe we are on our last item, 45. Item number 45 And Dr. Shreve, when you're done, I'll have some comments because I've been working on this extensively. You're recognized,
Okay.
ma'am.
So I'm not going to prolong this item. The reason why I brought this item to discuss is because Broward County has been utilized by members in the film industry, commercials, television, et cetera, and we've not gotten credit for it. And it's also a part of our Convention and Visitors Bureau that hasn't really gotten to the point where it's built up so that it could showcase our destination. The reason why I asked for this is because I had a trigger, which was a commercial that everybody was talking about, saying, oh my God, you know, Broward County's in Pitbull's commercial. And then I looked at the commercial and it said 305 and it said Miami and we're being filmed on Fort Lauderdale Beach. So, and there was others besides that one. And I love Pitbull. I want to say that. He was awesome as our Winterfest boat parade.
I prefer pugs, but.
Ambassador, and he was so helpful and so nice. So I mean, my comments are not in regards to Pitbull, because I love him. But it was about the fact that we continuously have people utilize our Fort Lauderdale Beach and our destination, and it's constantly being called Miami. And so I wanted to know, well, how do we go about creating a person, a group, a committee, and a real film industry with support for Fort Lauderdale and brand this destination the way that it needs to be branded. I also looked at what had been accomplished in Georgia and how everything that's produced in Georgia, you know, they have this peach and you have to pay to use the peach. And so I was thinking, well, maybe we do something with an orange, or maybe we do something that really brands our destination as at Broward County, Florida. So I brought this because, one, I can't talk to you guys off the dais. I don't know what your opinion is. Two, I think I need to hear it. Three, we need some direction for the Convention and Visitors Bureau, for our county attorney's office. And I would just really like to know if anybody else is thinking what I'm thinking. So that's it. That's my opening.
Dr. Sharif, you are correct, and then I'll call on you next, Commissioner Ryan. You are absolutely correct about the problem with our being unable to speak with each other. I've been working on this for at least a year now. Let me give you a little update as to what will be happening. The Convention and Visitors Bureau doesn't particularly like administering this because they feel that it's economic development as opposed to putting heads in beds more. I've been working with county administration. I have a commitment from them that we will be doing several things. First of all, we are moving the film administration from the Greater Fort Lauderdale Convention and Visitors Bureau to the Office of Economic Development run by Sandy Michael McDonald. We will be getting a full-time film commissioner, which I have been asking for quite aggressively, because when I've been asking people, they say the biggest thing we need is one person acting as the ambassador, and there's apparently the title of film commissioner is a term of art, in 40-something counties in Florida have a film commissioner. In fact, I have a film summit that's scheduled for next week to bring together large numbers of the players in the film industry. I could not agree with you more. I think if this is I think if this is a critical issue, I think it's an important economic development tool, that it's also important at bringing people here to South Florida when they see, you know, downtown Lauderdale, or when they see Weston, or when they see Hollywood Beach in January, or any time of year, when they see the boat parade. All of these things help bring people to Broward County. I could not agree with you more. I am very supportive of what you're talking about. I just want to point out that there have been discussions going on. and I'll discuss with the county attorney if we want to try and sunshine the summit that we're having next week so other commissioners can attend. I saw Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Furr, Senator Rich, did you have your hand up? No, yes, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Furr, Senator Rich, in that order.
Mayor,
And then.
we have people on, speakers on the line. There are six speakers on the line.
Thank you. Thank you for calling that to my attention, Commissioner. Is it okay, Commissioners, if I call on our speakers first, which is what I should have done, and I apologize for not noticing. We have 6 speakers on the line. And again, Commissioner Honus, thank you for calling that to my attention. Our first speaker is Chris Rannan. Chris? Chris, are you on the line?
Chris, please go ahead.
Chris from IATSE.
Hello, I'm on the line.
You're recognized,
Hello?
sir. You have 3 minutes.
Okay,
I
fine.
thought it was.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today, Commissioners. I hope you can hear me well. I'm speaking in my capacity as president of Local 477 of the IATSC, which is the labor union that represents professional film workers all over the state of Florida. I'm not a resident of Broward County, but our headquarters and training center is located over on Southwest 30th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale. So we're deeply invested in this county, and I personally, as a film worker, have shot all over Broward County over the last 25 years. I love the place. It's great for motion picture production. It's got top-tier airports and access to a strong crew base and room for infrastructure growth and all the good Florida things like weather and lights and variety of locations. It has everything that is needed to continue to build on what has been a long history of successful film and television production. So this discussion is very well timed. Our industry anticipates greatly increased production nationwide as the country comes out of the pandemic. By the fall, if not sooner, there will be strong and increasing demand for new content. By the end of the summer, productions will be looking for new places to locate their film and television projects. And Broward can and should be positioned to participate in this wave of production. Putting a thoughtfully structured film office in place right now is essential. From what I've heard, I believe that you're considering putting this office directly in line with the county's economic development vision. That makes sense because everything that this industry creates flows from economic development, good paying jobs with benefits, positive impact on tourism and the hospitality industry, growth of support infrastructure, production spend within the county. It's all a matter of development, so I strongly encourage you to position this office within that framework. One more thing.
You need to wrap up quickly, Chris. Go ahead.
Okay. Make sure that you include professionals within the industry in advisory positions, in particular locations managers who are directly in line and dealing with the communities and the neighborhoods and interacting with the residents.
Okay.
I have a few more things to say,
Chris, you got to wrap up now.
What is going on? And I am saying thank you very much, and I hope that I'll see you at the summit as well. Thank you.
Yes, I know that you're coming to that already. Thank you. Are there any questions? If not, Fabio Arbor. Fabio Arbor, are you on the line? Or Fabio Arbor? Mr. Arbor, are you on the line?
Can you? Yes, I am.
You're recognized, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Geller, commissioners, county administrators, and notably Commissioner Sharif for bringing this motion to discuss. I'm a film and TV producer. I live in District 5 in Cooper City. I have supervised network, documentary, and reality projects, narrative series, feature films, and commercials locally, nationally, and internationally. Film and television production and post-production continue to stimulate the economy after a project wraps.
Sir, could you speak a little louder, please?
Yes. Film and television production and post-production continue to stimulate the economy even after a project wraps, which you touched on, Mayor. We know it creates local jobs, but money also and money gets spent locally. But practically every production filmed in our area becomes a perpetual advertisement that brings international and national tourists to our area. Not only should there be a state film incentive, but we should follow counties like Miami-Dade, Palm Beach County, and Hillsborough in funding a county incentive as well. These incentives have been successful in attracting business and generating revenue for their community. Generating more production and business will limit our crew and emerging filmmakers from leaving to LA, New York, and now Atlanta, as has been happening. That's why I'm also part of the Feature Florida Partnership, which has a Created Here program that helps Florida filmmakers with screenplay development and budgeting designed to make a project finance-worthy and marketable. I also believe we need to create an advisory board with the new Film Commission. The board would comprise, as Chris touched on industry professionals and stakeholders, including business leaders that benefit from production. An advisory board can help guide and advise the film office in new and innovative ways to streamline permitting, promote the county, and update the office.
Time has expired.
Thank you, Mayor. I look forward to your inaugural summit to discuss ways that we can improve and attract new production in Broward. I have ideas which I'll be happy to share at that meeting. Thanks again to all for bringing this up.
Thank you, Mr. Arbour. I think our next three speakers have already also RSVP'd to the summit. Mr. John Lux. Mr. John Lux. Mr. John Lux from Film Florida.
Thank you very much. Yes.
You're on the line, sir.
Here.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is John Lux, and I'm the Executive Director of Film Florida. Film Florida is a statewide not-for-profit entertainment production trade association that is run by volunteer members of the industry. The organization provides a leadership role in Florida's film, television, production, and digital media industry. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Florida does not have a statewide incentive program, as was mentioned, to attract film and television production work to Florida. We're the only state in the Southeast without a program and one of just 17 states in the country without a program, which puts us at a huge competitive disadvantage. This puts even more pressure on the local film commissions throughout the state to market and promote their local areas and attract and nurture film and television production. There is more appetite for original content in the marketplace than ever before, which means there's never been more money available to create that content. Out of sight, out of mind, you must be present to win. Decisions are made by those who show up. Whatever saying you wish to use, right now Broward County is not present in the discussion because there is no full-time local film commission. The discussion about where that office should sit is a valid one, but the longer it takes to determine that and the longer Broward County goes without a full-service film commission office, the more the message is being sent to content creators that they should go elsewhere to produce their projects. When an average feature film or television series films in a location, they spend more than $20 million in that local community while hiring more than 1,500 Floridians. One single production can put $150,000 a day directly in the pockets of citizens and small businesses. This also generates significant local and state tax revenues. As an organization, we are doing everything we can to attract these projects to Florida, but once they show interest and or get here to the state, the local film commission offices need to be ready to serve those projects. I would encourage you to set up the local film commission.
You need to start to wrap it up.
Experienced people, absolutely. Knowledgeable production people that's been mentioned, so Broward can get back into the game. The longer they are without a local film office, it hurts the county and thus hurts the entire state of Florida. And we are available as an organization to assist in any way we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lux. So see you next week. Lisa Scott-Founds from Winterfest. Lisa Scott-Founds. Lisa, are you there?
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
You're recognized, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. As the CEO and president of Winterfest, a member of Film Florida, and a member of the Florida Film and Entertainment Advisory Council, I would like to show my support local full-service film office, not under the authority of the Greater Fort Lauderdale Convention and Visitors Bureau. While the Broward County Film Office is transitioning, I'd like to recognize the importance of the office, not just to Broward County, but to Florida. As the mayor mentioned, Broward is one of the only major counties in Florida that does not have a film commissioner. With high wage jobs and massive spending, the film and television production industry is primed to play an important part of Florida's economic recovery, and Broward County will be a key part of those efforts. As John mentioned, film and television productions inject money quickly into the economy, and a single project can provide $20 million in a local community at the rate of $150,000 per day while hiring our residents. This also helps by generating major local and state tax revenues. Without doubt, there's an opportunity to bring high-wage positions to the residents of Broward County and bring back a substantial economic engine. The average annual wage in film industry is over $84,000, more than 60% higher than the state's average annual wage. We need higher-paying jobs in Broward County, and this certainly does it. The film industry creates products also that attract tourists. Heads and beds will grow organically, thus giving the hospitality industry a much-needed positive thrust. Statistics show that 20% of U.S. travelers and 22% of international travelers choose a destination they have seen on a movie, commercial, video, etc. In fact, we even experienced this as a result of our Winterfest Parade national television show. It also encourages productions to tie into Florida's 30-plus colleges that offer film and digital media programs. This would include Broward College. The film permit process is labor-intensive. Each municipality has its own policy and rules for a film company to shoot. Multiple jurisdictions are involved depending on where filming takes place. Parks, Public Works, Police, Fire, City Administration, and others may be asked to sign off on a permit. A full-service film office staff will have the wherewithal to develop relationships with contacts at the municipalities and create a more streamlined process. Additionally, Broward County does not have the infrastructure needed by many film companies to be cost-effective for them. Exterior filming can be done here, but we only have a few sound stages for the internal filming. With the worldwide shortage of sound stages, we have an opportunity to help fill this void. This could be a focus for our film office. In closing, I do believe that the ideal film department would consist of 3 people directly under county leadership: a film commissioner whose job would be to build relationships, and 2 staff people to handle permit processing, marketing, and production location. Thank you very much.
The last 2 people are listed for questions only, Andrew Martnow and Mark York. Do either of them wish to speak? Or you're listed for questions only? Andrew Martnow, did you wish to speak? Andrew Martnow, did you wish to speak, or were these questions only? If I don't hear from you, I'll assume it's questions
Andrew,
only.
please go ahead.
Did you? All right. So, did you wish to speak, or were you questions only?
Yes. No,
okay.
I wish to speak.
Okay. You're recognized, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and City Commissioners, County Commissioners, for putting together this. I'm Andrew Martineau from the United Group. I'm a local arts advocate, senior marketing council member of the Film Commission when it was in the Broward Alliance, and former president of the local chapter of the American Advertising Federation and current program chair for the statewide organization, which has been long advocates of film incentives and film community, and I've made annual trips to Tallahassee and D.C. advocating for bringing film back and incentives in Florida. We had a film incentive in Broward a while ago, but it wasn't heavily promoted or locations promoted either. I echo all the things the other people said before, taking the Film Commission out of the Greater Fort Lauderdale Visitors Bureau, moving the office over to economic development is a great idea. I think we should also have a county-wide film incentive, building up potentially sound stages and have that incentive relate to the building of sound stages. As echoed earlier, there is a global shortage of sound stages, and being able to do that would allow us to be able to kind of like capture a unique part of the market that very many places don't have, and potentially have a tax credit for shooting and putting the county logo at the end of commercials or shows. I also think that we should create an ongoing marketing strategy and mechanism for promoting the film incentives
and the destination as a filming location. Hire a competent, well-respected, and progressive film commissioner that is active in statewide and international and national programs and events. And then also have support staff for the film commissioner, as other people have noted. Miami's got 4 support staff, Palm Beach has 8. And then also start charging for film permits to cover costs of staffing and marketing. Broward County processes an average of about 589 film permits per year for free. Film LA, although about 5 times the size of Broward County, processes 35,000 to 45,000 annually at $700 per permit, which gives them an annual budget of $24 million just to promote film. I also think that we should also look to find ways to automate processes to save on resources and realize efficiencies, and then also encourage Broward College to probably expand the film program that they have to be able to facilitate all the different things that hopefully with bringing film incentives back and having a really productive film office can bring. So that's all, and I really appreciate it, and I will be at your film summit to add some more thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martineau, and we're doing some of the things that you were talking about, but I have to leave some surprises for the summit. Are there any questions? If not, last speaker. Okay, last speaker, Mark York. Mr. York? Mr. York? Are you on the line, Mr. York?
Hello.
You're recognized,
yes,
sir. You have
Hello.
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Geller and the commissioners for the opportunity to speak here today. My focus is personal interest and interaction with various film industry on a major level across the country, more recently in the last 6 months. This should be looked at as a new market re-entry of the film industry into Florida with a targeted emphasis on Broward County and Fort Lauderdale as a business hub and access point. A Broward County-based film entertainment office for business purposes is needed because for the focus and coordination of film and TV needs. Recent developments in Broward County, where I was directly involved, are ongoing talks with Warner Brothers and Sony Pictures on branding a large, complex commercial residential development project with the Fuse Group at 7th Avenue and Sistrunk Boulevard. And this also includes some studio space under consideration. There are other major entertainment groups that are looking at Florida and the opening up of the film industry application process. The one firm is Loeb & Loeb, that's L-O-E-B, L-O-E-B, the oldest entertainment law firm partnering group in the United States, and their Nashville office. They are waiting and looking at South Florida as a entry point. One of the issues they have is there's no portal. Someone can call and inquire, but they don't really have a conduit to get things moving forward. Unfortunately, having your for-profit film office for job creation, et cetera, under the umbrella of the tourism board really doesn't, those are not parallel tracks. They're two divergent areas, and having a separate film office here for business application purposes would be very critical. There are other providers here in Fort Lauderdale who have kind of been able to make it through the bare bones film process that's been going on for the last 4 or 5 years. Although the incentives are key, the ability to open discussions at the top level with executives of the film industry are what's needed as a starting point. A very defined example is a syndicated TV series was proposed, and I was involved in the development of it for a multi-series South Florida lifestyle show that involved Gulfstream Park, Ferretti Yachts, the sponsors, et cetera. That was presented to the tourism board, and it kind of, there was no response. It was just lost in the translation. The same process was offered to Miami-Dade, who accepted it, opened discussions, and moved everything forward as best they possibly could. That showed that there's a disconnect between the business application and the tourism, but also the tourism will grow organically from the enhanced film process. I had some discussions in Puerto Rico about 3 weeks ago with a major producer director who finished up on a Bruce Willis film.
Sir, you'll need to begin to wrap up.
Okay, thank you. And I can tell you that he drew a line right through Florida because there is no give and take, not so much on the incentive, but a direct portal access, and I think Broward County is in a unique position right now to get out front and establish a business development office here for the film industry. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. York, I'd appreciate if you could send me a letter, unless you already have, with the details, copy to Dr. Sharif, or send a letter to her, copy to me, about the details and what you're describing. Are there any questions?
Yes, I definitely will get that.
I'm sorry, sir?
I'll get that to you tomorrow.
Very good, thank you, sir. Are there any questions? If not, that closes public comment. I've seen Dr. Sharif, Commissioner Holness, Commissioner Fisher in that order. Hold on, let me write this down. Commissioner Ryan. I'm sorry, I did have you first. I apologize, I hadn't written you down. I apologize. I saw Senator Rich. So, in order, it will be Commissioner Ryan, Dr. Sharif, Commissioner Holness, Commissioner Fisher, Senator Rich. Commissioner Ryan, you're recognized, sir.
For a minute there, Mayor, I thought you had a blind spot over on your left.
No, sir, I just didn't remember.
For me, it's understandable that this film commission hasn't taken off, because it's difficult for the Convention and Visitors Bureau to really get the initiative to do this, because the funding, for the most part, almost exclusively cannot come from tourist development tax funds, and these are the funds that the Convention and Visitors Bureau utilizes to fund their initiatives. So we talked about this, I think it was more than a year ago. There was a proposal from Miami-Dade County to partner with Broward County on some regional film initiatives, and it never went anywhere. And I think we talked about this at a workshop at least a year ago. So really the time has come. It's a great economic development tool that has been underutilized here in Broward County for years. There was a company that was doing a film shoot at a house that was just down the street from my house. And, they get everything separated off. They go into a house. They'll rent a house for like $3,000 a day to go in and shoot. And maybe 20 to 30 people are on site. And I spoke with one of the directors there, and he mentioned to me that there are probably 50 shootings that take place before one is selected, for production. And it's amazing how much money there is in this industry. I'm sure everybody has met somebody that works in the film industry. I had one in a door I was knocking on in Fort Lauderdale, and he was a grip. He was making about $70,000 or $80,000, and that's good pay. That's good pay no matter how you look at it. So I'm hopeful that we will get started on this. In the backup, you see certain models that are used in various counties and cities around Florida, because the state of Florida has just walked away from supporting the film industry now for several years. I believe, as we understand the discussions from up in Tallahassee, is some of the the films were considered a little bit more racy than The Sound of Music, and then that was the end of that. But we ought to be into this market with what the public wants. It's important that we set up a commission that's a viable commission. I liked all the ideas about bringing in persons from the film industry to participate, and I'm hopeful that we'll get this started. And the sunshine laws are alive and well in Broward County, because you've been working on this, you said, for over a year, and I never heard a peep out of it. So I'm glad that it was brought up. And Commissioner Sharif, you must have been clairvoyant to put it on the agenda. So let's get moving on this and not have to bring it back in several months for another discussion.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sharif, you're next, but do you want to close on the item? Or
but I have to give a clarification before we go any further so that I can get the real discussion that I want, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So This item was born out of a discussion that I had with Stacy Ritter back in March. And this is something that we've been trying to address for years. When I was mayor in 2016 and I was on the Tourist Development Council, we had a number of film and television productions that had been brought here. And at that time, we did have Noel Stevens in charge of this underneath in the CVB. What occurred with COVID is that COVID delayed our ability to kind of get moving on some of the things that was going on. And so it kind of stalled the efforts. In addition to COVID stalling the efforts, this film opportunity has been stagnant because there's just no way for the CVB to keep up pace with the growth in this industry. I addressed this with Bertha Henry back in March because I felt like there had been a suggestion that this go under the Office of Economic and Small Business Development, but I don't believe that that's the appropriate place for it. I believe that this needs to be an independent office all by itself because it has the opportunity to grow so large that I don't feel like OESBD is the right place for this. So I wanted an independent film commission office that reports directly to the county administrator's office and that could develop ties within the community, not just in South Florida, but with other states and other film commissions to bring business here to Broward County. In order to do that, it has to have a staff that's fully dedicated to it. And so in speaking with the people that I had call in today, which is Lisa Scott Founds, John Lux, Thomas Park, and Mr. Martineau, I felt like they could bring a certain perspective from people that were in the industry that might be able to help us with the formation of this. And so that's why this item is on the agenda today. Notwithstanding anything that the mayor is saying that he's doing on this, but just because I feel like as I have been on this commission and as we have tried and not succeeded in this area where we really want to succeed, we really need to allow somebody the creative authority and allow for the possibility for this to grow like the Georgia peach. So that was the point in putting this on here. I also attached items as backup, a very lengthy study and proposal on item 45 paren 2. And as a result of my conversation, I believe that there was the letter, because I asked Stacy Ritter if she in fact was in agreement that this needed to come from under the CVB, and she said in fact she was. So this is what the item is about. So what I would like to know from my colleagues today is, one, if you think that it is okay to create an independent film commission with a film commissioner in charge of it that reports directly to the county administrator, and two, what is your vision for where this is going in terms of our 1 year, 5 year future prospects in terms of the growth of this, because I think it could be huge. And then, the last thing is just if you could just look at the backup materials and really just communicate through the county administrator so that we can form a better understanding of where we're going. So that's what I want out of this discussion today, and an opinion on where you think it should be. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Fisher, followed by Senator Rich. Commissioner Fisher, you recognize. I'm sorry, I apologize. Sharif Honus, then Fisher. Commissioner Honus, I apologize. You recognize, sir.
I guess there's really a blind spot over here. So back when I was mayor, we had Compass, the Congress of Motion Picture Association, came to us to make a presentation. Mr. Chris Ranong, who spoke earlier, made a presentation to us and wanted for us to join that organization that promotes and support development of movie making and television commercials here and television programs here in Florida. Thanks to our administration, we joined finally a month ago by paying the $2,500 that they were looking for us to become a member. They also have a program that they're working on to create more or less an investment pool that would then be able to be utilized to target movie makers here to make their movie or television programs in Broward County. I'm hoping that we will look into that as we go forward to see how that might be utilized. One of the things that I find in speaking to those in that industry is that part of what attracts folks to different places is studio space. And that's something that we lack here in Broward County. Georgia invested in building studio space. And that helped to bring people in because they didn't have to put that infrastructure in place. They could then utilize that infrastructure that was there to build on. So I've been working on this also. And in fact, in the last couple of months, I met with several folks in the movie industry. One person is actually moved here from Canada and when I spoke to him 2 weeks ago, he was looking at office space. Hopefully he's found that office space to be relocated here. A couple others came as a result of FITSE, Florida's International Trade and Cultural Expo. And I met with them in conjunction with the Office of Small Business and Economic Development that supported me in this effort. And we tied them in also to the World Trade Center Fort Lauderdale that's being planned. And one of the concepts that we impressed on the folks for World Trade Center Fort Lauderdale would be to build an incubator system within the World Trade Center that could then attract movie makers and television producers from across the country and around the world to be able to be located and headquartered here in Broward County. I believe that we will see great returns on our investment if we invest in this industry. We see what has occurred in Georgia. Whilst we disarmed ourselves with incentives, we lost the effort to grow the industry here in Florida. And unfortunately, our state legislature hasn't the foresight to ensure that we are competitive in this arena that creates well-paying job, grows the economy for the people in Florida and in Broward County. So I look forward to us building and what has already been there, putting the pieces back together, so to speak, to ensure that we're forward thinking and that we're moving forward to strengthen this industry in Broward County, where we can be a beacon of light for those who seek to grow the industry here in Broward County.
Thank you, Commissioner Holness. Now, Commissioner Fisher, followed by Senator Rich.
Thank you.
And then, unless there's anyone else, I'll close. And then Dr. Sharif. I'm sorry, Fur. I just don't want to go ahead of any other speaker. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. And a lot's been said already.
Give me 1 second. I'll also ask everybody not to leave. As soon as you finish this item, we need to take a denim picture. Okay. So,
just quickly, Mayor.
Commissioner Fisher, you're recognized, sir.
You know, I'm excited to hear that actually that Commissioner Holness and you have been working on this for over a year. That's kind of exciting. I think we do need to get a studio and sound stages, and I think if we're going to be in the business, we need to get into the business right. But also, Mayor, when do you feel that, because you had said you've been working this over a year, and when do you feel that it can be moved to Sandy and Michael McDonald's department, if that's where it goes, and also the creation of the film commissioner and so forth? When do you see the timing on this?
Well, Bertha's not here, but I've been asking for this, and she said yes. And I'd actually asked for a film commission reporting directly to either the county administrator or an assistant county administrator. And she said, no, but it will put it reporting directly to Sandy Michael McDonald. I happen to agree with Dr. Sharif that it would be better to report directly to an assistant. I see Monica wants to comment on that.
Yes, if I might offer something, we will, if you would allow us to take a look at this and take all of the comments from today and some additional input that we will reach out to each of your offices to ask about. And we'll bring back a formal proposal to make sure it's inclusive of the will of the board. And we can maybe have that as part of the budget conversation. And it'd probably be an appropriate place for that.
There's some other items I was going to bring up in the budget conversation, but I agree with you completely, Dr. Sharif, and I thank you again for bringing this up. Did that answer your question?
It
sir?
sure does, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rich, then Commissioner Furr.
Okay, well, what Monica just said is pretty much what I was thinking. Budget workshop, this is perfect timing to be taking a look at this. And, you know, I think that, you know, economic development is obviously a piece of this, but I agree that I think it should be an independent commission, similar to what's done in other areas, because it touches so many areas. And I want to say, Commissioner Ryan, that Commissioner Reeves spoke about an ad that was filmed, and it was in Broward County, I believe, and it said Miami. Well, it was in Dania. It was a pier, and my husband noticed it because he grew up in Broward County. He said, "That's not in Miami. That's in Dania. I was there many times." So it was interesting.
There's good fishing off that pier.
Exactly. So I just, you know, I feel it should be independent. I just want to thank the people that you invited. I thought the comments were extremely thoughtful and gave a good perspective, you know, of their feelings and some good ideas. So I look forward to having it as part of the budget discussion.
Commissioner Furr.
Thank you. There is a rich history of filmmaking in this county. And I know you and I, 2 years ago, I think, had asked for this to be one of our priorities on legislative.
We did.
Yeah.
It is again this year.
Yeah,
one of
good.
our priorities.
So I'm in strong support of this. I'm not sure what the best way. I'm anxious to hear proposals. I'm anxious to hear if the cultural division should be part of this, or whether they should be. You know, you're shaking your head. No, and I only say that because film takes in so many other parts, from music to everything else. It touches on an awful lot of other parts of the industries. So you really, it's not just film. It's the editing, it's all over the place. So I'm in support of us kind of exploring where we can go with this, and I'm excited by it. So. Look forward to it.
Okay, if that's everyone else, let me just say a number of things. First of all, in reference studio space and sound stage, this is a discussion that, again, we've had with the county administrator, and I expect will be discussed at the budget workshop. We've already had that discussion. The state incentives, if you look at our priorities, and I've spoken with Marty Cassini, who's our legislative, I've made sure that one of our top priorities is film incentives. County, we actually have discussed with the county administrator, county film incentives, and what I've asked for is you look at the per capita number in Dade, the per capita number in Palm Beach, and I'd like to see us somewhere in between those two numbers, but at least, larger than the per capita number in either of those. Among the problems we're going to have to overcome trying to have the county film office is the cities end up giving permits, and Commissioner Ryan, you're talking about the amount of money that can be made. The neighbors, if you generally object, and what seems to happen is if one neighbor objects to the fact if there's 8 cars on his or her street, they call the city commissioner calls and tries to get a stop work order because one neighbor complains. We'll have to figure out how you work around that. At the summit next week, somebody asked about Dade and Palm Beach, or at least Dade, trying to work together. The Dade County Film Commissioner and the Palm Beach Film Commissioner was busy, but their assistant, the Deputy Film Commissioner, will be there. Again, Dr. Sharif, I agree. And, Monica, I don't know if you've heard from every commissioner before, but it's now clear all of us are interested in this. So that, this needs to be a priority. And is there anything else to come before us on this item? If not, we are finished. Yes.
Just for the record, I'm IMBD certified because they did one in my city commission office in Parkland, and I got them to pay the whole city hall and paint it in order to film in there, and they gave me an IMBD certification. So I'm supportive.
Okay. So Monica, I'll be speaking with you and Bertha on this. That concludes the agenda. Before we go to non-agenda, and I know some people want to leave, we have a request from Kimberly Moreau to take a picture of all of us in denim, except for me, because I don't look good in denim. Okay, so where do you, Monica, I'm sorry, Kimberly, where do you want us? In the front? Mainly it's jeans. Right.
How are we doing this and being social distance? Yes, social distance. Do not stand together. Stay apart. Keep your mask on. Stand apart. What are you throwing that out?
This year, you can't take it
I already have.
I thought it was a camp out.
Oh, wait a minute. So move over. Kind of go over. Taller people.
Vice Mayor, you're in the front.
We stagger how we stand.
Yes,
Commissioner Fern, you want to come over here? There's a spot, there's an empty spot right there.
I think if you can move that a little more, you're blocking it.
Right here. Okay.
Okay. Oh. So Parkland is the hands of misery, huh? Right. Great. All right, non-agenda. Let's start, well, we'll start with Commissioner Fisher this time. We'll go left to right.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Just a couple thank yous and a question for you and the county attorney. But first of all, I want to congratulate two dynamic police officers who became legends in their day. Paul O'Connell recently retired. He started as a Pompano police officer and worked his way through Broward Sheriff's Office, and then also became the police chief of Wilton Manor. So just want to thank him for his years of service. And then right behind that, Major/Chief Wayne Atkins just celebrated last week 40 years of his service now with the Broward Sheriff's Office. So I want to thank those for them. what they've been able to accomplish. I also want to thank the Florida Division of Emergency Management for their 2 mobile vaccination sites in my district. They were scheduled to Sunday and yesterday, so look forward to getting some more of those sites in my district as well. They were very nice in getting those 2 for us. Prosperity Partnership. I don't know if everybody was on that, this continuation of the 6 pillars, and saw my colleagues on there, and it was just really just a great continuation of 6 pillars and where we are and where we're going to go. So thank you for my colleagues for serving in each of your positions on that and making that a reality. So really was proud of you all for that. And then lastly, but not least, is Mayor, as we deal with these cyber security attacks and the school board recently getting hit twice, maybe it's worth a shade session for us to get together to kind of see where we're at on this. Don't know if we can do that or not, or what your feelings are about that, Mayor.
I've actually asked the county attorney on that exact issue. County attorney, since you've now researched this, can you respond to Commissioner Fisher?
I think I can. I'm going to ask Ms. Howard, though.
Great minds think alike, Commissioner Fisher.
There you go.
We were trying to pin down one more thing on that because we think we can, but if we can get back to you on that tomorrow, we'll know for sure. It's not expressly stated in the Sunshine Manual, which is kind of the Bible on this, but we believe we can, and we'll present that tomorrow.
Okay.
Commissioner, I absolutely share your concerns on that topic.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Bogan, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, if Bertha's watching, send her our best. Hopefully she's feeling better. She hurt herself, and wish her well soon. I just wanted to say one thing. Next week, next meeting, I'm going to be appointing a 90-year-old lady to the Broward Planning Council, a lady who doesn't believe, age does not matter. We'll prove how, no matter where somebody is in life, they can still move forward and be a productive person in society. And you'll hear about her, and she lives in Coconut Creek, and she's a dynamo. And she's 90, and it's a very cool thing. So she is interested in being on the Planning Council, and you'll get a chance to hopefully meet her.
Thank you, Commissioner Bogan. That's very nice of you. Commissioner Honus, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. We have our rental assistance program up. Hopefully the site is active at Broward.org, rent assistance. Is it active, Ms. Sapero?
So I was just getting an update that there were some security issues that they were working through this afternoon with the vendor for the new site to go up. So as I understand it, they are still waiting to hear back from the vendor, and hopefully we'll get a response. They've been working on it since yesterday when these issues were brought up. Nonstop.
And this assistance program allow for up to 12 months in rent payment at 100%?
That is my understanding. If it's different, I will let you know momentarily.
Okay, so the website is broward.org/rent assistance, broward.org/rent assistance. And I understand we also have partners who are helping us to run the site, so community organizations that is versed in assisting people in the area of real estate and rentals.
Correct, and then I just got information that it's also inclusive of 3 months prospectively, so it would be for a total of 15 months.
So you can get as much as 15 months assistance, and those who really are in dire straits as a result of COVID-19 won't be made homeless through this program. Also, I continue the Lauderhill Mall Citizenship Assistance Drive for those who have lived legally in this country with a green card for 5 years with a permanent green card, or for 3 years if they're married to an American citizen with a permanent green card. For those 3 years, they're qualified to become citizens of this great country. We continue that effort on May 15th and 16th at the Lauderhill Mall by the Supervisor of Elections office. For assistance in that, they may call my office at 954-357-7009 or send an email to dholness@broward.org. Unfortunately, we have a situation that erupted called a volcano in one of our neighboring countries in the Caribbean. That has caused disruption, loss of life there. There's a group working together to bring assistance to St. Vincent. They are in need of N95 mask, goggles, water, especially water because it's being contaminated by the sulfuric acid coming out of the volcano, and other items. The group that's leading the effort is South Florida Caribbean Strong.org, and that's SFL Caribbean Strong.org. If you'd like to give assistance there, I know Food for the Poor, amongst others, are working towards helping our neighbors in St. Vincent. We know COVID had delayed some from filing their taxes, and those who are low income probably suffer more so than others. We have a program here, Broward Tax Pro, that can help folks who need to complete their tax returns, their income tax returns. And the phone number is 954-678-6882. It's a free service, 954-678-6882. And the website is VitaTaxFree.org, VITATX taxesfree.org, FRE.org. That's the site to go to. The Sheriff's Office has a program. Broward Sheriff's Office Youth Lead Camp is open. The camp is an innovative 8-week summer leadership program for ages 10 to 18. It focuses on 7 life pillars that will help shape youth into strong, responsible, and civically engaged young adults. That's available through our Sheriff's Office. And our Family Success Administration Division continues its 12 Days of Financial Empowerment virtual conference. To register for that program, you may go to broward.org/family success, broward.org/family success, and it covers business entrepreneurship, financial wellness, how to get a job, how to get deals on your wheels, shopping for a car, stock talk, investments and retirement, the housing market, home ownership and lending, down payment assistance, financial equity in Broward County, identity theft, fair housing. Tremendously powerful series to help our residents. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Members, just a just a housekeeping issue. I encourage everyone to get your resolutions in early. As you may have noticed, I try very hard to limit it to 2 I said resolutions and then proclamations. I try very hard to limit it to 2. Today, I do not include the Broward Medal of Valor, which may be given 3 times a year as a proclamation, nor did I count what I was told is an annual thing on the Tom Gallagher. But so if you omit those 2, today there were 2 proclamations. I ask you to get yours in early because here's what I do when I'm looking at setting them. I look at who has not had proclamations, and I try and balance as best as I can. If we're only going to try and limit it to 2, I look at who has had proclamations, who hasn't. I also look at how early they got them in. So it's important, if you have proclamations, please get them in early and understand that I'm going to try and bring up the 2 based on the primary thing is who has not had an opportunity. If you're going to come in with a bunch of proclamations, I'm probably not going to hear all of them, so I will contact you and ask what is your priority, because I'm trying to be as fair as I can to all 9 commissioners. The same thing to a degree, as you may have noticed, I try and end commission meetings no later than 6 o'clock where possible. And so if you're bringing up a lot of items, they may be lower on the agenda because I'm trying to make sure that we hear every commissioner gets as many items heard as they can. So this just housekeeping, please keep that in mind.
Mayor, if I may request, is it possible that on the days when we have light meetings, that if there's more than 2 proclamations, that they be presented?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please consider my remarks amended that on days that we have light meetings, that we can do more than 2. My goal is to not keep us here after 6. I'd like to be out by 4. If we have a day that's a light day, I have no problem with taking 3 or 4 proclamations. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
All of my comments are kind of related, and I agree with Commissioner Fisher. I had something that I had mentioned a while ago, doing it in a workshop, if a shade meeting is the better way to do it. I think we should definitely do something to make sure that our cybersecurity and that our online footprint is being protected, and that everyone, staff especially, is up to date on all the, that we're doing everything that we need to have to protect vital information. With that said, one of the things that I've seen a lot of lately, I actually, they asked me to do a PSA at Kings Point, one of my senior communities, is the Best Buy, it's called the Best Buy phishing scam, where somebody opens up their computer and a pop-up comes on and you proceed on the phone, they take your computer over, and it's either gift cards or wires that you're sending to places, and it's gone right away. I know of 4 people personally that this has happened to. All of them I consider sophisticated people that you wouldn't think would fall for something like this. 3 of the 4 all had an actual loss, and these were not people that you would say, oh my God, how could they fall for that? It becomes very, very compelling. And it's really, they're preying on people because you're giving them control of your computer in certain cases. So it all tied in when I heard Commissioner Fisher mention that. It happened. I did my PSA on the same day that the article from the Sun Sentinel was there with the school board, so it was just very topical. It's happening in all of our senior communities, by the way. If it's not happening in your senior community, it is happening. It's just not being reported, because most of the seniors won't even report this, even when they get hit with the money, because they figure they're going to have kids now coming, and it's a big issue. So just something to be aware of with your, the local law enforcement within your communities. The last thing, and also kind of related, which I was sworn to secrecy, but then I saw it all over LinkedIn, so I figure that I'm allowed to say something. I went and visited the Levan Center at Nova Southeastern University. If you haven't had a tour there yet, set one up with John Wensveen and take a tour of the facility. It is going to be outrageous when it's done. It's so far ahead of the game in what they're doing with incubators and with innovation zones. It's going to be really a game changer for the startup economy in Broward County and South Florida in general. The part that I was sworn to secrecy that then I saw on LinkedIn was everyone saw the announcement that was made that one of the disciplines that they're going to use there, and it got national press, is they're going to try and feed space technology into Brevard County, and the Space Coast will happen right out of there. The next one that they're going to announce soon, but again, they swore me to secrecy, but it's all over the internet. They have a major cybersecurity facility that's going to go in there, that companies are actually going to be able to kind of go in there and simulate and rent and perform their own security type things. They'll do a better job when they officially release it. Like I said, I saw it all over the place, so I wanted to mention it. Definitely for all the commissioners and senior staff, check out what they're doing over there. You'll be very impressed, and it's an amazing partnership that we have with them. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Sharif?
Yes. So I just wanted to give a shout out and congratulate our Deputy County Administrator, Monica Sapiro, for being recognized by Equality Florida as the 2021 recipient of the Voice of Equality Award. This honor is awarded annually to a person who has dedicated passion, courage, and commitment to help the LGBTQ community move closer to full equality. Equality Florida is the largest civil rights organization dedicated to helping Florida's LGBT community overcome harassment and/or discrimination based on their sexual orientation or gender identity or expression. So I wanted to say congratulations, Monica. I think that you do a great job, and I'm looking forward to what the future holds for you. Well, I know what it's going to be because I'm proclaiming it, professing it. And so I want to make sure that I recognize you for that. I think that's amazing. And secondly, we talked, I know we were talking about the emergency rental assistance application portal. Monica, I've gotten quite a few emails about that. So if you could have the county, from your office, if you could just send us something, maybe we can send out some kind of a message to people so that they understand that we're working on some of those issues, and they can kind of allay their anxieties, because people are thinking that we're going to run out of money and they're not going to be able to get assistance when they're having the problems with getting in.
We will prepare something, and my understanding is, I think that one of the issues we're having today might be, they're on the West Coast, and there's a time change, and they're not really maybe acknowledging or understanding our time constraints with expediency to get this resolved today. So we're working on it as diligently as possible, and we will get some communication to you.
Okay, thank you. And then on my list, third is the, we had the White Door a documentary and exhibit by Smiley Pool to help to raise money for the World AIDS Museum, which I've sat on the board now for many years, actually. And I wanted to ask my colleagues from the dais if you could please, we are fundraising because the museum has moved to a new location. And so if anybody wants to contribute or have someone that can contribute, the World AIDS Museum does quite a bit in terms of education within the high schools and the junior high schools, as well as within our community about HIV and AIDS. They also reach out to persons who have HIV and AIDS and help them to get assistance in the community. And knowing that we trade places with Miami-Dade County for the #1 or #2 spot whenever the serotransversion and transmission rates come out, it's really important that we educate our community. And so WHAM does that, and also with the museum, they raise funds that way. So could you please think about them in the coming months? And I want to say about our former county commission colleague, Kristen Jacobs, the natural area renaming ceremony at the Hillsborough Pineland Nature Park, commemorating her memory and her legacy, was absolutely terrific. I was so glad that most of us were able to make it there. And I just think that that was just so befitting Kristen. And so I'm just thankful to everybody that we all made that happen. So thank you again for that. And other than that, I would say that we had our legislative forum for the community, which I was happy to attend, and then to present the proclamation to the Muslim Students Association and the Islamic Foundation of South Florida, declaring April as American Muslim Heritage Month. Mayor, I know we didn't do that at the commission, but it was a beautiful ceremony outside the commission chambers, and they were very thankful to the county commission for that. So I wanted to bring that message back to you and to everyone out there who celebrates Muslim Heritage Month, and as we celebrate Ramadan, wish everyone peace, joy, and prosperity, and Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, 2 weeks ago, I had brought to this board where we were on the solid waste, and we had a lot of people listening in on that, particularly many of the municipal officials, and they actually appreciated the discussion. From what I was hearing, they thought it was very respectful and appreciated the experience that came from those that have been legislators. And so we had a meeting last week where, and I want to thank Commissioner Rich, Mayor Geller, and Commissioner Fisher for being there. because it lent a lot to the discussion. They got a chance to hear the concerns of the county commission. And just like I was kind of reading the temperature of the room, of this room, they were reading the temperature of the room with all of theirs. And there will be another meeting to kind of take another pulse of the working group this Thursday. So we'll see where that goes, but I think there was a lot of good input there. And so I want to thank all those that were involved on that. I think it was very helpful. This Thursday, I'm also going to be presenting at CEFTEC, and that's it's kind of like the MPO for all three. Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade each have a representative. I'm the representative for Broward on commuter rail. And where we are with that, I'll be presenting with FDOT. And essentially kind of, Miami-Dade is a little bit ahead of us, but we're going to be talking about how we're going to kind of try to all work together on this. It's important because we need to have a good plan together to try to cash in on the infrastructure if we can get it together on that. And it's important, but we have to kind of get our plans together quickly. And Brightline will be presenting as well. So that's on Thursday in the morning. I appreciate you watching the Six Pillars Initiative the other day. There's a lot of good people on that. And Joe Havanek, who is chairing that now, is really taking it to another level. He's brought on a whole lot of people. And I'm privileged to be working there with Jennifer Hirado as my co-chair and Dan Lindblade. And one of the things that I wanted everybody to know is our division, our environmental division, has just released the resiliency dashboard. And if you get a chance to see it, it's amazing. It is all the work that they've been doing for the last couple of years that have all the maps and the tools and all that. It's all online now. So anybody can kind of go and look at future conditions, future maps. It's amazing. I can't imagine anywhere else in the country has this. So fantastic work on their part. What else do I have? I have a couple things. The countdown to kindergarten is beginning. If you're a 4 or 5-year-old, you're thinking about it. And the Broward County Library and the Broward County Schools is working in really good partnership right now. For those who aren't sure, there's now 85,000 students have a public library card. That's pretty amazing, considering a few years ago hardly anybody did. And part of the grade level for the grade level reading program that we're doing with Children's Services Council and Early Learning Coalition and everybody, we've seen in the last couple of years, I think 5 years ago it was only at 50% reading proficiency. It's now up to 60%, which is a huge significant gain. It still means 40% of the kids are not there. So we've still got a long ways to go, but this partnership with the school board and our library has been a huge part of it. So I want to thank everybody in the library that's been working. And there's a couple particular, Kimberly White has been a great liaison there. I want to thank her for that. And lastly, I think it was probably about a month ago, we had passed a resolution, and normally I think we had talked about resolutions don't go very far, but we had passed that in opposition to the MCOR, what was happening on the West Coast, and right after that, after our resolution, so we had to be the main thing. It's all on us, it's all on us. They repealed it in the Florida Senate, so it still has to go to the House, but thanks to us and a whole lot of other people, Sierra Club and everybody else. But I think they saw, it didn't make sense right now. It didn't make sense on lots of levels. So we had talked about sometimes does it make sense to be doing these resolutions? It does. It does. They heard it loud and clear, not just from us and from many others. So lots of good work there. And that's all I got for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just kind of piggyback on that. I think Bright Futures also, we did a resolution. And, it didn't fall on deaf ears, not only because of us, but if you recall, we had a number of students come and speak And, right, and I think they said something like 50,000 students sent in, emails and texts and everything, and so there's been significant movement. I wouldn't say it's perfect or anything, but it's certainly a heck of a lot better than what it started out to be. I want to just mention that a couple of weeks ago, I had the privilege of, it was a virtual event for the 55th anniversary of Miller Lake, which I think most of us are familiar with, an excellent, wonderful consulting firm headquartered in Broward County for 55 years. And I had the opportunity to present a proclamation to them. They have been recognized as the top workplace by the Sun Sentinel for the past 5 years. What I remember the most is I was in the Senate, and Representative, now Judge, Ken Gottlieb was in the House, and we sponsored the bill for Bob Legg, one of the founders of Miller Lake, establishing the Send Your Sales Tax to School statewide program in 2007. And it passed, and it has raised millions and millions of dollars all over this state for technology for public schools. So that's a lasting, it's a legacy that he leaves. And I just want to mention that they're continuing their legacy of giving back to the community. They serve on many advisory boards for the county. They're involved in a lot of outreach activities during this pandemic, Feeding South Florida being one of them. So I just wanted to let you know about the proclamation, and presented it to Michael Kroll, who's the president, Leslie Hernandez, who's the CFO, and Dylan Larson, who actually sits on the Climate Change Task Force. He's the Chief Operating Officer, so it was a nice way to recognize them. I just also want to mention there's an article that was sent to me during this meeting, and the reason I want to mention it is because it was mentioned here when we talked about vaccines that people that have already had COVID don't need to get a vaccination. And this actually says exactly the opposite. And I wanted to make sure that people are aware that this is from the chair of the Department of Medicine at the University of California at San Francisco, who wrote this. And he talks about if COVID-19 has taught us anything, it's that nothing is straightforward. We know that people who are fully vaccinated are greatly protected against infection and serious illness, and are far less likely to transmit COVID-19 to others. The vaccines are truly a miracle. But here's the bad news. Life has become even riskier for unvaccinated people, particularly those who have never had COVID-19. People with prior infections fall into a middle category, since they are at least partly protected, but still require vaccination to increase the level and durability of immunity. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that a little bit. And I hope that all of you and everybody who can will come tomorrow. It's just, as I said, it's an amazing collaborative effort across 2 counties to get the job done as far as getting people to reduce their vaccine hesitancy. And again, I want to just mention this for the public who's ever listening, this fabulous website, which has the whole toolkit on it. All the information is at ididitsfl.com. Please go there, and you'll get a lot of wonderful information, and hopefully everyone will serve as who's had the vaccine, it will serve as a vaccine ambassador in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rich. County Attorney, as part of your, if you have any report, can you, I understand you have an answer on who can attend the vaccine issue tomorrow, the vaccine meeting?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And we did send out an email probably half hour ago or so. So we view this as a community forum. We're obviously talking about the Florida Memorial College event. And the key is it's okay for everybody to attend. Ideally at community forums to avoid any argument that there's a dialogue going on among our members with regard to matters that may come back before our board. It's best if only one person is in attendance at a time. I know that's not workable tomorrow. So the key is, when that can't happen, is that when somebody speaks, that they do not in any way have a direct or indirect conversation with any other commissioner. So the first commissioner says X, the next commissioner shouldn't say, well, I heard commissioner say X, I disagree, it's Y. Just say it's Y. Don't recognize each other's comments. This could conceivably get back before our board in some manner, so that's perfectly fine, as long as you just comment independently and don't respond to each other.
So, Mr. Mayor, the only two people that are scheduled to speak are you and myself. So as far as from us, Daniela Levine will be speaking from Miami, and Lorene Chant, the CEO. I believe that may be almost it, maybe one or two other, but they won't, there's no other county commissioner, so it would only be that we would just then not, comment on anything that either of us said. Right.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any additional remarks, County Attorney?
No, sir.
County Administrator, did you have any additional remarks?
I do, not on that issue, but I wanted to share some good news. We received word on Friday late that we were the recipient of $6.25 million, not $625 million, dollar grant to install a dedicated effluent. It's not very sexy, but it's an effluent supply line in Pompano Beach. This is to help treat the effluent. So right now they get the reclaimed water from the ocean outfall. This is a big win for our staff. They've been working on this, so I just wanted to give a shout out to our folks in water wastewater.
I believe that Commissioner Fisher finds that very sexy.
Maybe you do.
Thank you,
It's not
Alan.
a very sexy topic, but it's a very important one.
Was there anything else, Ms. Sapero?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, County Auditor, did you have anything? There being no further business to come before the commission, the meeting is adjourned at 4:25.
Thank you.